All right, welcome in. It is the Important Nonsense Draft Edition. I am your host, Steve Bonham, joined by my usual crew here, Mr. Neil Smith. Neil, how you doing this evening?
Happiest day of the year, folks. It's Christmas in April. Couldn't be happier. Take
and
that,
Mr.
Jason.
Mr. Jack Kavanaugh down there. Jack, how is it up in Canada these days?
Oh, it's not too bad, pretty decent up here, eh? It's just living life, a little bit cold today, a little bit warm yesterday. You never know what it's going to be like. And that's all there is to it. Just you never know what it's going to be like, and you never know what it's going to be like tonight during the draft.
Specifically tonight, yes, it should be extremely interesting. So we are all set up here to go through the NFL draft with everybody. We will be breaking down the picks, mainly from a fantasy football perspective. It's going to be real interesting when we get to the defensive guys. You're going to have to carry us there, Jack. Hopefully by that point, we have the first top 10 ever in the last, 50 years. That's all offensive guys. And then once we roll out of the top 10, maybe Nee will be ready. And Nee can hop in here and give us some defensive perspective.
No, Steve, you're doing that wrong. Hopefully the audience is so drunk that by the first 10 picks, they don't care anymore. And then
there we go.
Just get into our normal thing.
That's fair too.
Yeah, it's the draft, folks.
Whatever works.
Teams have 10 minutes per selection. Remember that. And it is, of course, important to note that the Jaguars will take their entire time. They've already told us that. They're going to do it. They're just...
Well, we have no idea who they're going to take. So
I hope they intentionally put the commercial break in there just to keep the streak going. I don't know if you've seen that internet meme where over the last 5 years, every time Jacksonville comes on the clock for the first time, they go to commercial break.
Oh, no.
And the team is aware of that and has actually been beefing with the league a little bit as a joke on Twitter about go to commercial break. I dare you. I dare you. Go to commercial break this time now that we've finally got number one. And I kind of hope they do just to mess with them. I think it'd be really, really great.
I think it would be pretty good. Not going to lie. So we'll see what happens here tonight. There are a lot of storylines we're going to be following. What are some main things that you guys are looking for? I think what the league is talking about right now, of course, is what is San Francisco going to do at number 3? We all kind of assume we're going to sit here for 20 minutes and then ultimately get what we already got. We already figured Lawrence 1, Zach Wilson 2. So when we get to San Francisco at 3, I think that's the big turning point that we're going to be looking at. Neil, what's something you're looking at for tonight specifically?
For tonight specifically, what I'm actually most interested in is where does the man, the myth, the legend, Ja'Marr Chase wind up? I think that's a very, very kind of it's overshadowed slightly by all the quarterback drama because it's the draft, right? As we know. But I think that's one of the most plug and play, especially for fantasy purposes. That's one of the most plug-and-play NFL-ready prospects at wide receiver that we've seen in a very, very long time. And somebody's wide receiver room is going to get a whole lot better overnight here very quickly. So I've got my eye on that. This is a top-of-mind type of thing.
Jack, what about you?
For me, it's the obvious one that we've all been talking about. It's all Twitter can talk about. It's all the NFL media can talk about. It's who goes number 3 overall, because that player is instantly – should be the favorite for Rookie of the Year. I understand Trevor Lawrence, but he's not going to as good of a situation as the 49ers have with George Kittle, with Deebo Samuel, with Brandon Ayuk. It's just so loaded there. So let's say they land Justin Fields. Let's say they even land Mac Jones. It's just such a loaded offense, such a talented or such a well-schemed offense. They should be the betting favorite to be Offensive Rookie of the Year.
You didn't even bring up your boyfriend, Raheem Mostert.
Who cares?
I got to get that off the front, though.
They're gonna draft someone to replace him on
somebody needs marriage
day 2.
Well, I mean, Neil, I'm going to answer your question because I feel like if you're waiting on Chase, you're not going to be waiting much longer than what we're talking about at the number 3 pick. And I'm just hoping beyond all hope that he goes at 5 and ends the Tyler Boyd nightmare that I have been living for the
Jarvis
last
Landry.
2 years.
Why do you hate Jarvis Landry?
Just get Tyler Boyd out of here. If we
you're
could
talking about
Tyler Boyd,
you're talking about the conversation that has been going back and forth for weeks on Twitter about Sewell or Ja'Marr Chase. Who would the Bengals take at 5? And
smart pick is Sewell.
The smart pick is Sewell if you're picking with your head, but if you're picking with your heart, Steve, if you're picking with your heart, we know it's Ja'Marr Chase. It's a very interesting narrative, and that's kind of what it is, though. Unfortunately, in my mind, is a narrative that you could want to replicate the success that Burrow had in college with the exact wide receiver that he was doing it with. I think you could do it with realistically any wide receiver, and you're probably better served taking Sewell because you don't get linemen like that every day.
Right.
That's not an everyday thing.
That's my thing. That like there are not many humans built like Penei Sewell. They do not exist in abundance. I get it. Jamar Chase is a fantastic receiver, but they don't make people like Penei Sewell who can move that way and protect people that way. Like it's just.
Well, you're talking about protecting your multi-million-dollar, multi-year investment.
You don't exactly.
Why would you pass this up?
Well, that's the thing too.
But you don't Cincinnati, Jack. You clearly don't Cincinnati.
I do.
You clearly don't.
No, I do. I know they're going to make the wrong decision. I just don't.
Okay.
I don't get it.
Okay, he gets it.
I'm saying I don't get it.
Right.
This guy gets it. Okay.
I cannot be held accountable for the decisions of Mike Brown. Like you can't put that on me.
Well, no. The best is there was
I could try.
There was a meme going around earlier this week of the Bengals, or maybe it was last week, in their new uniforms for this season. And it's, I wonder who they're going to take at 5. And then it just slowly zooms in on Joe Burrow's repaired knee and the scar from the surgery. Scar. Because, I mean, he's the franchise. He's the quarterback. He's the guy you got to protect. I think Sewell is the smart pick for them. But at the same time, I understand wanting to get weapons. I understand wanting to replace AJ Green. And that as much as we love T. Higgins is not an established number 1 in the league. And he's not going to be, at least for some time. Whereas Chase is going to come in and immediately become that. So,
and as much as we love Auden Tate as well, he's one of the slowest receivers in the NFL.
I'm grateful to Auden Tate for being on my dynasty team and being so tradable.
I also love the idea, as we're looking here at number 1, still waiting for the Jaguars. The report today that DJ Chark put on some weight, getting in good shape for his new girlfriend, Trevor Lawrence. So he's getting back. Wait, body season.
What kind? So it's good weight. He's putting on.
That he put on 10 pounds of muscle, and he's going to be playing at like 210.
Well, you said his girlfriend Trevor Lawrence, and at that point, I don't know. Is it like the comfort weight? He's just settled in and he's just comfortable.
Sorry.
That was why
it's not dad bod weight.
It's not dad.
Good,
it's not baby weight. It's not the baby
weight.
Okay.
Gotcha. Exactly. Okay. Just had to make sure. Plus, like he's going to have Marvin Jones. He's going to have Laviska Shenault. Like,
right.
Jacksonville is sneakily pretty decent, especially
they have some interesting weapons.
They do. They have some fun toys.
I think they're going to be an interesting one top of the show tomorrow as well, or even later today in the late 20s, if they end up getting in on this running back debate. If we're still talking about James Robinson, who, as of right now, still has a big job. So
especially curious though is the new tight end potentially in Jacksonville, aka the new Taysom Hill.
Nope. No, it's not a thing.
Tim Tebow.
Cut his mic. Cut his mic. He said it. Cut his mic.
Oh, all of a sudden, Jack just had to leave us. Wow. That was unfortunate. Oh, he's back.
That was unprofessional, and I'm not talking to Steve.
Hey, I'm just reporting the news as is. Tim Tebow had a tryout with the Jaguars tight end coach. Urban Meyer. They go back. They're best friends from back in the day.
BFFs.
I'm just saying, if a team is willing to give Taysom Hill all that money, all those snaps, why not Tim Tebow?
I mean,
I'm not engaging in this. I'm not engaging with you.
I guess. I don't see him making it out of training camp is the problem.
Oh, no, he shouldn't, but
I think if anything, it's like he gets a pity contract and then all of a sudden he's the tight ends coach or something. I think that's essentially what
I
it
liked
becomes.
it better when he was back in
He's just there for speeches and that's it. The Mets didn't like it though, which is why he's back as our problem in the fantasy football universe.
QB3 is excited for this draft, as are we, honestly. Like I know they're making us wait. The Jaguars are torturing us, but like I'm excited. Like I just can't wait for that first pick to come in, and then
Jack. That's Chris Salazar, by the way.
It is.
That's
I don't know.
Important nonsense.
Shout out to Chris
Salazar.
It's good, no problem.
Shout
if you're watching out there, just keep in mind you can comment on our Facebook page. We are live on Twitch and we are live on our YouTube. If you comment, we can follow along with the action with us and interact with the show, and we can answer your questions live. So, looking forward to that aspect of it as well.
Sorry
Just
for
to-
the snub, Chris.
And just to jump back to what we had originally talked about, I'm also, in addition to this top half of the draft, which is very interesting, we have teams that have reportedly been trying to jump into the top 10, like Chicago, New England, New Orleans. And then, of course, for me, from a fantasy perspective, I think one of the bigger storylines we're going to end up tracking the majority of the night is what happens at 24. What do the Steelers do? Who becomes the new bell cow in Pittsburgh? Because in my mind, that guy is going to immediately jump up to borderline top 10 territory.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be very interesting to track that at all.
If they go that way, one would have to believe that it's Najee Harris, right? But we don't know. We're not there yet.
I mean, it's him. It could be ETN. It could be Javonte Williams. A lot of people are high on Javonte Williams in the NFL.
We can talk about Javonte Williams briefly because that's the one that I'd say as far as people who stock up, stock down. Man, that guy's stock since the combine just on a rocket, straight up. Like he's turned a lot of heads over the last month and change.
Let's see. Oh, here we go. Who and when will the first defensive player go? So I'm thinking that the first defensive player could end up being around Detroit at 7. I think Detroit's going to end up being the wild card of all of this. Can they trade back?
Yes.
Can they land a lot of capital for their spot? And then if not, are they going to take one of the top guys available? You would think all they have is Jared Goff. You would think maybe they'd be interested in one of the falling quarterbacks, but they seem more inclined to pass. What do you guys think? When will the first defensive player go off the board?
For me, it is number 10 overall to the Dallas Cowboys. I think they will be taking.
I should have gone first. You stole my thunder.
Patrick Surtain, cornerback out of Alabama.
It's even the same guy.
Yeah,
it's so frustrating.
Oh,
Jack.
I'm
It
sorry.
just frustrated me so hard because that's literally what I was just about to say.
The other possible option, J.C. Horn, also a corner, also possibly he's not going to the Cowboys. Cowboys are taking Surtain if he's there. That is locked and loaded, but it could be J.C. Horn. There are rumors that the Saints want to trade up for a cornerback, and it could be J.C. Horn. So those are the two for me. Sorry to steal your thunder, Neil.
No, you're good. I'll second all of what you just said. I think it's the Cowboys. I think it's a corner, and I think it's Surtain. I think that's literally what it is. That's the one. Unless one of two things could happen that might spice that up and move it up a little bit. Technically, Carolina, given what the board might be, Carolina, if they can't move and can't go anywhere, could technically take a defensive player, more than likely a corner, more than likely Surtain. Or if if Detroit can trade back, there is the dark horse chance that whoever moves up into that spot could take a defensive player. Now, I would argue that that's not very likely because you wouldn't spend all that capital to move up to get a corner, but it is theoretically on the table. But as you're talking about what's most likely to happen, I agree. I second Jack with his comments there.
Well, and what Steve was saying about the Lions kind of brings us to our question from Kneebiter. Do the Lions stay away from a skill position player because Dan Campbell wants a glass eater? I don't know, because
not wrong.
Kneebiter, thank you for using the actual quote. I really appreciated that. That's fantastic.
But when you think about it, the Lions are bad everywhere. They could take a receiver. There's rumors that they tried to trade up to 4 for Jamar Chase. There's rumors they love Jalen Waddle. But I could see them taking offensive line, defense. It's Dan Campbell. Whatever they pick, he's going to give some pro wrestling promo after the fact, and everyone's going to love the pick anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Well, that's the thing, too, is not only that, but they're one of these teams in the top half that just have so many holes to fill that it could be literally anybody. You can take literally any spot other than running back, and it wouldn't stun me. I've heard them connected to either Smith or Waddle. Maybe they go for one of the Alabama wide receivers because that wide receiver room is empty right now. So it's pretty pathetic. It could be literally anything, though. So I think if I'm Detroit at 7 and one of the QBs starts to fall, first of all, I think they need a QB. But even if that's not what you're thinking and you have too many holes to fill, you got to trade back. You got to take multiple picks and try to fill multiple holes with that one draft pick. So.
I've also seen a lot of mocks that have it, run off that if Jamar Chase is available at 7, that they'll just do that.
Sure.
Why complicate things?
Right.
Like just lock it in.
Breaking news from Ian Rappaport: the 2021 NFL Draft has finally begun, and the Jaguars are now on the clock. Let's go.
I'm watching Roger Goodell give some sort of monologue here to an underwhelmed group of people.
Ooh, we've got some more Lions talk too.
Oh,
Speaking
that's
of
what he decided to do with the chair?
Speaking of underwhelmed people.
Well, the Lions fans are out in full force tonight because this is their Super Bowl.
Yeah.
This is as close to as good as it's going to get, folks. So I expect to talk to a lot of Lions fans tonight. Probably less after my little comment there, but but keep it coming. We'll be happy to keep you guys company all through the night.
Thank you. We love you too.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kneebiter. We
Thank
are
you.
a fan. You do hold our heart.
I think first is Dallas as well, or Detroit. Okay. No, we already knew it was Chris. Thank you.
Love you, Chris.
We already did that. Chris, I know
look.
your handle. I was your
Look at
editor.
this. Look at Chris going for the extra mile. Now he's logging in multiple accounts, watching different ways. I mean, he's got us multi-screen. I love it.
How
Way
do
to
you
go.
not love Chris?
Oh, man.
All right, Chris. Detroit is either going corner or receiver, in my opinion, and then
Fair enough.
Dallas has to take a corner. Why not Surtain? Yeah, sure. I could see that.
It's just gonna be-
I'm just telling you, if for some reason something goes wacky and Kyle Pitts is there,
Oh, that's a whole other conversation.
Jerry Jones will be too itchy.
Oh, yeah.
I
Absolutely.
like
can't
how he
help
came
himself.
out. Jerry Jones came out and publicly had to state that he was not infatuated with Kyle Pitts, which, as we know from middle school, means that he absolutely is infatuated with Kyle Pitts.
He's all about Kyle
As we
Pitts.
know from
Yeah.
any level of schooling you've done, either in the United States or Canada, that is how that works.
I do not like Kyle Pitts. I do not have a crush on him.
I love Kyle Pitts. Yeah, he pulling on his hair. Yeah.
Drinking from his human skull.
Well, I was
from
going to say
Johnny
my
Walker
over under every year is talking about things I'm excited for. Will the human skull full of Johnny Walker Blue sneak onto the camera at some point tonight?
Mhm.
I'm on watch for it. Also,
what kind of yacht is Jerry drafting from this year?
That's a
These
great
are the
question.
questions we
It's a
need
great
to know,
question.
and we will
Is it-
find out soon enough.
it's a
Is
great
his
question.
yacht better than Cliff Kingsbury's house? And is his yacht better than the Rams mansion that they just rented?
It's better than both of those, but it's not better than Cliff Kingsbury's abs. So that's
There you go.
The most handsome fool in the NFL.
what we're here for, folks. This hard hitting analysis all night long. You know, bringing you the news that matters. And the other one too. The other thing that I'm not looking forward to. Unfortunately, the Raiders are not picking high enough or often enough for me in this draft because, as we know from years on years of doing this, I'm in this for the comedy
Whoever's
of
the
watching the
fastest guy
Raiders.
available. Yeah.
Well, it'll be the gentleman from Florida, whose name Jack, help me. The
Kyle Trask.
no, not the quarterback. The wide receiver.
Kadarius Toney.
Kadarius,
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
That's who my money is. We're talking about Raiders picks. Maybe not tonight,
Mm.
but as we roll forward, who's the fastest guy? Is 75% of all drafts goes to the Raiders.
That's
It
fair.
goes to Val Davis.
I mean,
Huh?
I don't know.
Guys.
At 17, Kadarius Toney should be there at 17.
Yeah, but even that, I'm thinking he might go day two. Even Al Davis can't haunt them that hard, right?
I don't
That's
know.
the fun part about this.
Well,
we never know.
You know who else is going to love Kadarius Toney? Like a late producer, didn't like break out until his last year. It's the Bears. They're going to love Kadarius Toney so much. They love.
Why do you have to antagonize
And
me?
Jack
Yeah,
is
there, and he
suddenly
just-
dropped out again.
I don't know what
I mean,
happened.
Boy, the Wi-Fi in Canada.
Yeah. We gotta get you a better broadband connection.
Welcome
It's-
back.
what
We've
happened
been
to your
working
broad-
on it.
Got to get
What
that
happened to your
T1
broadband?
line.
I don't know.
Man.
We've been working on it.
What is this? We're 20 minutes in. Canada's Macho Man is already throwing some hot
He's
takes.
gonna get DQ'd twice in the first 20 minutes. We haven't even made a pick yet.
You'll love to see it. You absolutely just love to see it.
We already know that the Bears are going to try to trade up,
Mm.
not be able to do it, and then get itchy and then move up like 3 spots to take Kyle Trask or Kellen Mond.
My dream scenario is that the Falcons are willing to trade back. Bears, you know how they were offering that massive haul to the Seahawks for Russell Wilson? Allegedly. They give that like 2 first-round picks for the right to draft that number 4 and take Mac Jones. That would just be so Bears. I would love it.
No, it would be so Bears if they traded up to 4 and took Davis Mills. That would be so Bears.
That's the one. That's Steve gets
a
it.
guy
This
that
gets
very
it.
clearly still would have been there when they
this
were
guy
on the
gets it.
clock. And then
That's
they
why I was saying
traded up to
Kyle
get it.
Trask. Like, yeah, he'll still clearly be there, but we got to move up.
Yeah.
In my QB tier, so I have Davis Mills at QB 8. His
Yes.
tier is, are they a thing? Because
With the heavy question mark, I like
yeah,
it.
the heavy
Does it
question
have
mark
like
because
three question marks at the end of it? Yeah.
there's the tier above them is, are they a thing? It's Kyle Trask and Kellen Mond. Like, I don't know if they're a thing, maybe, probably not. And then Davis Mills, are they a thing? I don't think so, but him and Jamie Newman are on that kind of yeesh level.
Yeah.
Yeah. Davis Mills is a QB 9, by the way, in the ECR right now, and I feel like that's about right, unless he lands. There have been reports that if they don't get some big QB tonight, that maybe the Patriots trade back and end up getting Davis Mills in the second round
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
or late in the first.
See, they're my inside track to try and leapfrog the Broncos to get up to 8 and try and get in front of them. Because I think if we talked about this, if the Broncos can get a quarterback at 9, there's a heavy chance they will. So I think there's a chance that we could see that happening. I think a lot of this Garoppolo news is actually kind of like it's not meant to be pre-draft. It's meant to be if we fail in trying to move up in the draft, well, then we'll work out some deal we've already started with for Jimmy G in the background. I agree with your point though that you made on the internet, Steve, that we didn't talk about on camera. Why would you re-sign Cam Newton if you were going to do
if you were trading the sun and the moon to move up to top 5, top 10
I guess because you don't have
territory,
anything else, but
why sign Cam?
My hope is it's because
By the way, Chris, the answer to your question is whoever I can mute. So this is why important nonsense is here for you, buddy.
To answer better, more politely, more an actual answer. I prefer NFL Network. I do like the guys on there. I like the former players like Kurt Warner, and I just can't stand not Mel Kiper. He's annoying, but I can deal with him. Todd McShay. I can't stand Todd McShay, so I can't do it.
Yeah.
Gotta be NFL Network.
You're welcome, buddy.
Chris is gunning for that promotion.
The answer is I will watch either one. It really doesn't care, but I can't listen to the analysis on either one. That's why we're doing this right now, is because the analysis that they give means literally nothing to me.
Well, for years,
he's a firecracker. He's explosive.
Steve, for years, you and I will watch it on mute, and normally we would just do this, except not broadcasting.
Yeah,
to
now
other
we're just
people.
forcing other people to listen.
Yeah, and there
to
would be more beer involved.
You're welcome.
And the only reason there's not
other
beer
people
involved
in
here
Jack's
is
cat. Those are the people that have to listen to it.
And
now.
we would have beer here, except I don't trust myself with a hot mic and alcohol getting involved. It historically doesn't go well, especially because this is a family podcast, and I can't be popping off at the Raiders the way that I really want to in my heart of hearts.
John Bleep Gruden. Oh my bleep, John! I can't believe you, bleep.
It's more not that. That's like too invested in it. It's more like pointing and laughing. It's like, this stupid bleep. Look at this. Like, what are you doing? I'm just laughing.
Pretty much, not wrong.
So we are 24 minutes into the draft and
still
no picks
nothing
yet.
That sounds like the NFL draft.
Yep.
The draft that we know and love.
Yes.
So question that I have, though, kind of interesting still. What happens with Gardner Minshew? Is he just the backup?
For this year, probably.
My hope, my dream is that he becomes the new Jim McMahon, because you can just see it already. The mullet, the swagger, Jim McMahon 2.0 in Chicago, Gardner Minshew, the best quarterback Allen Robinson has ever had, easily, including Andy Dalton.
That's
Please.
not a high bar. It's such a low bar.
But if they can't get a QB, please, Chicago, please trade for Gardner Minshew. I'm begging.
I mean, I would love to see it. I would love to see where he does end up. I have my model on the side over here that we've been running for all the prospects in this year's draft. And I run it against the past ones. And draft capital is going to matter way more than actual landing spot. And we're going to talk about that a lot tonight. But it's just funny to me that when I look at career points per game, at least a threshold of 20 points per game in the last decade, there have only been 13 quarterbacks that have been drafted and have hit at least 20 points per game in their career. And 10 of them were first round picks. So having a first round quarterback is kind of critical to success. The only 3 that haven't been first round picks were Dak Prescott in the 4th round of 2016, Russell Wilson in the 3rd round of 2012, and Gardner Minshew in the 2019 6th round. So our guy, Gardner Minshew, with the jorts and all and the mullet,
It's just so much fun.
missed opportunities.
For a league that doesn't really like to promote, what we would consider fun.
Right.
He's
The no
so
fun
out of
league,
place.
yes.
Yeah. He's so out of place.
Well, there he is,
Here we go.
just casually walking up.
He is just so beautiful. Just like that suit, that hair, just.
Well, that's why I've been growing my hair out. It has nothing to do with quarantine and not being able to get a haircut or anything like that, or COVID. It's just,
Just to be
sign of
valued.
respect for the draft.
Report from Adam
Yeah.
Schefter. Apparently, earlier this month at the Masters, Peyton Manning went to Trevor Lawrence and was like, "Hey, man, Urban Meyer has to play you every game, every snap. Like, it has to happen." Not for the reason you think, though. It's because Peyton wants Trevor to break his interception record with 28 interceptions by a rookie.
Nice. I like it.
Can Trevor do it?
I mean, he's going
probably
to try.
not. He's going to try.
He's
He's
gonna
got all
try.
he's got all the pieces.
He's got all
to
the
make it
tools.
happen. Yeah. I've heard that story, by the way, from Peyton Manning talking to other prospects in previous years. He said that to other people along the way, by the way. He's desperate. It's the one record that he has that he doesn't want.
All right. So it is official, finally, Trevor Lawrence. So let's talk a little bit about Trevor Lawrence.
He is just a majestic giraffe, just running, a gazelle, just running downfield.
No, I like majestic giraffe. I like
Yeah,
that.
it was good.
6'6", no, I don't know how much he weighs. I misread that.
220. I got it on there.
Ah.
Yeah. So he's more. So Mike Glennon is like a regular giraffe. Trevor Lawrence is like a majestic giraffe. Okay.
A
I get it.
majestic
I think I
freak
see the
giraffe,
difference.
yes.
Yeah.
Mhm. Like people that are 6'6" shouldn't be able to move like that, run like that. It is just absolutely ridiculous. And
Yeah, he's got the mobility too. And he's definitely got all the tools and intangibles. We talked about this as well. Going back to my pre-draft and post-draft model. So when I evaluate all these players, I'm looking at basically their draft capital. I'm looking at the teams that they played for, the strength of schedule that they had in college, and the numbers they put up. And when you're talking about a guy like Trevor Lawrence, I mean, he puts all the tools together. He does everything you need to do. Basically, on my scale, anybody that gets a 13 or higher on the scale grades out as a really great prospect. More often than not, in fact, I believe it was 17 out of the 29 that have ever graded above a 13 have had at least one season inside of the top 12 at fantasy quarterback and at least 2 seasons as a super flex streamer. So finishing in the top 24, everybody on that list has had, I think, 24 out of the 29, something like that. It's a huge hit rate. Anything above 15 is elite. And Trevor Lawrence grades out at 16.12.
Yeah.
So
Not
he grades
surprised.
out as the best prospect since Baker Mayfield came out of college in Oklahoma. And
Well, that's why
that basically tells you everything you need to know.
and that's why people keep referring to Trevor Lawrence as the best draft prospect to come along since Andrew Luck. There's a lot of comparisons to Peyton Manning. I mean, the floor for what you're doing here in Jacksonville is so sarcastically low that it's a really great deal. So we might finally actually get some consistent quarterback play in Jacksonville. And they actually mentioned it on the broadcast here, the NFL Network broadcast, like not since Byron Leftwich there been any kind of consistency in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
And I started doing the math in my head, and I'm like, oh God, that was a long time ago.
Right? It's
Made me
so
feel
sad
old.
that that's accurate.
Every part of that made me feel old. Like, just like, oh no, that's
Another
forever ago.
Another interesting thing too, though, is these might be the best receivers that Trevor Lawrence has ever actually played with, because he had T. Higgins last year.
Yeah.
But outside of that, like, who else has he been throwing to? Amari Rogers, Cornell Powell, like those guys are kind of day 3-ish, round 3-ish, round 4 or 5 guys. Like, they're not special. And so now he has DJ Chark, who probably not as good as T. Higgins, a downgrade there. But then Laviska Shenault in the slot, that kind of gadget hybrid player that Urban Meyer likes to run. The Paris Campbell, the Curtis Samuel type. He's going to be running. He's going to be taking handoffs. He's going to be catching it. And then Marvin Jones is the other receiver. Like, Trevor Lawrence is set up for success as long as they get a tight end, because they have no tight end of consequence right now. So as it stands right now, who is your favorite out of that trio of receivers with Trevor Lawrence?
Oh, well, I mean, if it's for me, it's probably Laviska Shenault. You talking about long term or for this year, Jack?
Both.
Yeah.
Okay, so short term, I'm going to say, well, actually, you know what? I don't even know why I asked for the qualifier, because it's actually going to be Laviska Shenault both ways.
I was going to say,
Shenault both ways.
Shenault both ways.
Yeah, it's going to be Shenault both ways. I almost went a different answer there, but no, it's going to be Shenault both ways. He, in the immediate short term, I mean, even Trevor Lawrence, as good as he is going to need some ramp up time into the league, right? So having that like check downy gadget type of thing, security blanket, especially to your point with them not having a quality tight end. Normally you would have a tight end to do that kind of work. Well, that's going to be Shenault in this case. But then as they kind of grow up together, it's probably just Shenault the whole way around, because Marvin Jones will be retired by the time that happens. So, I can't think of any other reason to go any other way at this point.
Yeah, well, and that's what I'm wondering too. That's going to be our primary thing, I think, at the end of this first round, start of the second round, is what do they end up doing later in the first and start of the second? Do they add another weapon onto that offense that's been so depleted? It'll depend on what's still there on the board. Maybe you're looking to defense or offensive line at that point, but it's possible that they add a receiver in this draft. They add a toy for Trevor Lawrence here to mess around with.
It's the thing, when you're picking at the top of the draft, you can really go a lot of different ways with your second and third picks, because they're pretty bad in a lot of different areas. Like, their offensive line is okay. They have no tight end. Their secondary is kind of meh. Linebacker. Like, it's a very okay roster. Like, they can afford to upgrade anywhere, including offensive line, receiver, and running back, honestly.
Yeah, you could make that argument that there would be.
Yeah, their starting running back went undrafted last year. Mm-hmm. So, I mean,
you caught lightning in a bottle. There's no guarantee he can do it twice, even. And then there's even, like, I'm not necessarily a fan of this line of logic, but they could even go defense, to be honest, if the board fell the right way. And what's on that defense and I wish Nee was here, frankly, for that. But, like, what's on that defense that you're super excited about at this point? Like, they kind of turned that whole thing over too post 2017.
Yeah, they have last year's first round pick, CJ Henderson. They paid a bunch of money to Shaquille Griffin for their 2 outside corners. But, like, do you feel great about that? No, you feel okay about it.
2 out of 11 guys that need to be on the field at the same time, right?
Yeah.
That are above replacement level. Everybody else is basically below replacement level. So why it's like you could. That's one of the nice things about this. You can't really screw this up. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty hard. There it is.
All right, so officially, Zach Wilson is the number 2 pick. So again, here we are, 35 minutes into the draft, and we knew exactly what we knew 35 minutes ago.
And we're finally at the first actual.
and we're finally where here. We want it to be. What is San Francisco going to do? But before we get there, we can talk a little bit here about Zach Wilson and what he's going to bring to the table for the Jets. So let's go with that.
Introducing the Mormon Manziel.
New Jim McMahon of the NFL.
He wishes. Or like high school. The Zac Efron of the NFL.
Yeah. High School Musical.
High School Musical Gridiron Edition.
That picture really sums it up, by the way.
It does.
Yeah. Really
perfectly coiffed.
Yeah.
Which is basically the only qualification to be the Jets quarterback. It's just you have to be perfectly coiffed when you get out of bed.
Yep.
Other than that, no true prerequisite.
Mark Sanchez, Sam Darnold. Yeah. I like the player comp literally as Johnny Manziel too. It's
It's not wrong.
It's not wrong. It's also deeply concerning to me.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing too. So when again, going back to my prospects list, Johnny Manziel graded out really well. He's one of those guys that graded really high because he put up unbelievable numbers at a high competition level in college. It just didn't pan out.
That's because the thing between the ears isn't lining up properly. So hopefully,
his
Zach
issue was
Wilson's
never
got a
on the
little
field. It was always the
Yeah.
off the field stuff connecting to it.
his issue is right here.
Yeah.
Right in there. That's the issue that you had with Manziel. Norman Manziel. It's so good. It's so good.
Jack
But he
and friends.
I don't hate it. Does anybody hate it? Is anybody like totally out on this and they're like the Jets made a mistake? Because I've seen some people with that take. I'm just curious if that's the feeling in the room.
I think they should have gone Justin Fields. Like I think it is Justin Fields. He's 1B, not 2 in this class. Like he was 1A, 1B with Trevor Lawrence all through high school, coming into college, and then all of a sudden just he has this drop off. And I get it. I get the hype with Zach Wilson, but there's just so much more risk with him having only played a non-Power 5 conference this past year.
Right.
He hasn't done it against NFL defenses. And so like I understand he's very successful. He has all the intangibles. He has the Mahomes-like throws. It's a Mahomes-like potential. I'm worried about it. That in New York, when the lights are bright.
Right. It's a tough spot to be in for him.
It is. And what I don't like about the player, because I think overall he's a very fine player. He's got a lot more strengths than he does weaknesses. But when I was evaluating him myself and looking at film, man, the thing that scares me the most out of that guy is once his first read isn't there, he has this propensity to try and like either create something with his legs. He doesn't just work through his progressions. He's one read, and then I either try to force it into a tight window or I take off. And I'm like,
and it works because he's playing BYU's schedule.
It works. Yeah. Thank you. It works today. And it might work in some of these Jets games that he's going to be asked to do stuff in against lesser competition, but not against good NFL defenses. That's going to get you killed. Like you can't.
Thor Nystrom from Roto World put it really, or sorry, NBC Edge, dead named Roto World, NBC Edge, my bad. But he put it really well. Like he is that kind of San Francisco boot action quarterback where he rolls out and runs all the play action. But his thing is he just holds it and he throws deep. And that doesn't work in the NFL because if you do that, there's an unblocked guy off the edge that is in your face. And so it's going to be interesting to see how he adapts. I'm not saying he can't. It's just going to be interesting.
Well, and the other thing I don't like about it is the landing spot per se, because the pressure cooker, a rare Kevin McCarthy signing. I agree with everything you just said, Kevin. I agree with all of it. I agree with everything you just said. You just summed it up. But I think it can be a problem when if he's going to struggle. You know how the New York market works. Man, they are just done with guys so quickly. So if he's going to make mistakes and he's going to get killed in the media and he's going to need time to develop, New York is not the place for you. You do not want to be trying to live that life out there because they'll just shun you.
It's what have you done for me lately, even though he hasn't even started yet. Yep. So he's in a tough spot to begin with. He's another one I think that would have probably thrived in a situation where he could sit for a little while. But
like a San Fran, sit behind Jimmy G until he's ready. Sure. That would have been perfect. But
that would have been great.
On the bright side, does have some decent weapons. Corey Davis is no slouch. He's not a true wide receiver one, but he's fine enough out on the outside. Jamison Crowder's a monster in the slot.
Cut his mic.
We don't sit here and listen to Corey Davis
We don't
praise.
listen to Corey Davis praise. What are you new?
I'm being generous. Denzel Mims.
No,
Denzel Mims is the wide receiver one. Corey Davis, he's a fine wide receiver two, and then Jamison Crowder as the true wide receiver two in the slot.
Wide receiver two slot guy.
Yeah.
Real where the money is made, Jack, in the Crowder camp over there.
Yeah. All in on Denzel Mims though, because like we said, he does hold the ball and throw it deep. He is willing to throw into those tight windows downfield. And that's what Denzel Mims does really good.
Yeah.
Really, really good.
Yeah. Elite level. We'll see if it ever translates, but in terms of raw ability to do it, like he's way up there.
And look at San Fran not making us wait. The pick is in. That is.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. Actually, that's very
Well, it's
nice.
been 6 minutes, so I mean, don't.
Look, we got a lot of these to get through tonight, Steve. So just not if everybody can just not run the clock out, like that'd be phenomenal.
It's unrealistic.
I'm
but, I
happy to
mean,
hang out here all night with you guys.
Dare
We
to
could do this.
dream.
We could do this all night long. But
Any final thoughts on 49ers? I'm going Justin Fields. Who's everyone else got? I'm also perfect in my mock draft so far. Just so
I
everyone
still
knows.
think
Yeah,
it's
look at
Mac
that.
Jones.
One Justin
I'm-
Fields, one Mac Jones.
I'm with you on Justin Fields here.
All right, no
I
Trey
think-
Lance love.
No, because I think Trey Lance is going to go here in a little bit. But I think
Trey
Fields
Lance is the
pick.
one that's going to tumble.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think somebody was going to fall, and I think everybody thinks it's Fields, but it's going to end up
Well,
being
Jack,
Trey
you just
Lance.
said it. 49er style boot action quarterback. They're going to Fields is not necessarily that guy, but I think that they think they can make him be that guy to a certain extent.
Oh, breaking news. The 49ers select North Dakota State quarterback
Wow.
Trey Lance. Whoo, that's going to be dangerous.
Spicy.
That is spicy. That is dangerous. And it does go back to
Wow.
Kyle Shanahan's comments after they lost to the Bills. Like he was saying, like in the NFL now, like if your quarterback can do something at an elite level, like that's all you need is one elite trait. It doesn't matter what it is. Josh Allen, not an elite, like accurate from an accuracy standpoint, but physically elite. I think Kyle Shanahan took that loss, took that in stride, some ideas. Trey Lance is like smaller Cam Newton, I would say.
Yeah.
Very much in that kind of mold. Like oh boy, I am excited for Trey Lance. Good for him.
Look, this is what I was saying before too. This was the great situation for him to be in because he's going to sit behind Garoppolo.
Mhm.
My preference was that he would go to the next pick here at number 4.
Mhm.
Sit
Ryan.
behind Matt Ryan. But Trey Lance going to San Francisco, I think all but ensures Jimmy G is safe, right?
Yep.
I
Yeah, I
think
agree
if
with that.
anybody's excited about this pick, it's Jimmy G.
Temporarily, yeah.
Because he
Yeah,
at least
short term,
temporarily
yeah.
gets to keep his job.
He
But I
might. He
agree.
knew Alex Smith. Like he might start the entire year.
No.
Yeah.
I think there's a very good chance that happens. Actually, like if he doesn't get hurt, you know what I mean? Because why rush this Trey Lance thing? But I agree with you, Jack. This is very.
And let's take a look
it's very
at
sexy.
Trey Lance here too, by
It's-
the way.
Let's get the film. It's very sexy though when you have a Trey Lance led offense with Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel and all the versatility that they're going to have. They're going to be dangerous.
And so, yeah, that's what you're looking
For
for,
that.
Trey Lance. That right
For that,
there.
yeah.
How do you defend that? How do you defend? You got Deebo Samuel motioning out. You have Brandon Ayuk running deep. You have George Kittle, who even when he's covered, he's open. And now you've got Trey Lance to worry about doing that. Like,
Well, I mean, and when you're looking at that too, you got to think. The only thing you can think is Kaepernick, right?
Yeah.
yep.
What he did for San Francisco,
Very Kaepernick.
basically bringing the same thing. The player comp on here, just based on his general skill set, is Matthew Stafford, but he's clearly that's from his physical
Yeah.
tools. He's a
Yeah.
much better runner than Matthew
Yes,
Stafford
He
ever
didn't,
was
he didn't
or
test
could
is
be.
the problem. He has no testing numbers, so we
Right.
don't know. We don't have those comps, and so he gets a generic Matthew Stafford.
The
Yeah.
biggest thing for me is he has the arm, he has the short range accuracy, and he has the rush ability that reminds me so much of Josh Allen. The
Mhm.
difference is that Josh Allen could throw the ball deep, but inaccurately. And Trey Lance can't throw it deep and can't throw it deep accurately. So that's his biggest downfall is he's a check down guy who's got the wheels, but can he develop into a full-fledged NFL quarterback? That's going to be what we're going to find out.
If
I
anybody
think-
can do it, I think it's Kyle Shanahan. If anybody can pull it out of him.
I think Lance I think his arm is underrated. I think he has a very good deep, well, not a great deep ball because, like you said, the accuracy isn't there, but I think his arm strength is actually one of the better ones in the class. And I really think he can, like the raw tools are there, just all of them.
Well, plus, Jack, I can't teach you to be 6'4" with that kind of wingspan.
Yeah.
Like I can teach you how to do some other stuff, but 6'4" with that kind of weight wingspan combo, he's going to add some muscle like everybody does coming into the league. I mean, that he could be scary, and that the 49ers could be a very interesting attack with a very diverse set of packages they run where you can't really tell are they going to run it? Are they going to try and throw it short? Because you said Brandon Ayuk going deep, or Steve did, one of the two of you.
I did.
And it's like, yes, he will do that, but that's not all Brandon Ayuk does for them. They also could fake him deep and have him motion over the middle. Like it's and even run little short like digs and things like that. It's a very interesting set of players that they've got going over there. And then God help you if Jeff Wilson could ever stay healthy, because that's just one more pass catcher coming out of that backfield.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see for him. I think from a fantasy perspective, long term, great. But again, I have to emphasize here: Trey Lance sat out last season, all but one game. He had only 1 year of playing in North Dakota State. He is very good, but very, very raw. He needs to sit. He is not ready right now. He is somebody in your rookie drafts that you can target in like the second round, third round, depending. If it's super flex, you got to go first because it's super flex.
Yeah. If it's super flex, I'm also drafting him. Like, he's probably my QB2 now, depending on where Justin Fields lands.
Mm-hmm.
If Justin Fields has a bad landing spot, then Trey Lance probably frogs him, even though he's going to sit, just because having that like elite dual threat quarterback in Dynasty, even if he's not helping you right away, is just so valuable long term.
Yeah.
So it'll depend on Fields' landing spot, but he's definitely ahead of Zach Wilson already, for sure, based on that rushing ability.
Yes. 100% agree.
It'll just depend on, because Justin Fields has that same rushing ability running a 4.4. It just depends on where does he go now.
Mm-hmm.
Are we really going to let him fall to New England? Falcons pick is in. Is it him?
It's Kyle Pitts.
Gotta be, right?
If it's that fast, I'm just defaulting to it's Kyle Pitts, and this was not a well-kept secret. Maybe they're going to throw a curveball at us, but we'll see. I think this will be Kyle Pitts, though, very quickly.
Well,
going back to my model real quick. So I mentioned Trevor Lawrence at 16.12, huge numbers. Zach Wilson, 13.9, Trey Lance, 13.3. So both of them still over 13, fantasy relevant, usable guys. But again, like I said, Trey Lance, good situation, best situation of anybody so far on the board. But he's just too raw at this point to trust from an immediate fantasy impact.
I think the most interesting thing about your model we didn't even talk about. We talked about it in the chat. We even talked about it on the broadcast. Is that when you retroactively applied it to last year's draft, it put Justin Herbert at the top, and I thought that was very interesting because it's like this information would have been incredibly helpful for last year's broadcast.
Correct.
And for draft purposes.
Right. And you know what? That's a good one too. Now that you bring that up, I will sort it that way real quick. So just comparing it to last season. Just to give perspective, last year, the highest rated quarterback in the model was Justin Herbert at 14.92.
Yeah.
So that tells you how much further ahead Lawrence is than anyone even in last year's draft class. But both Justin Herbert, Tua Tagovailoa, and Joe Burrow would all rank ahead of Zach Wilson and Trey Lance. Yeah. So there you go.
And the pick is in from Atlanta.
We're waiting.
Gotta be. Yep.
You were right.
It's been the worst kept secret.
Worst kept secret. Yeah.
It's the worst kept secret ever. There's just, and I get why. There was realistically nothing anybody could do to stop it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's so why you don't even need to like play cloak and dagger with people. You can just do it. It makes too much sense. But you want to talk about next level athleticism, though, like from pure athletics grade, Jack. I don't know.
First of all, just history. First tight end taken since the '60s. So in the top 5 picks.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
For my money, best pound for pound pure athlete in the entire draft.
Yeah.
Kyle Pitts, regardless of position. Like if you're just putting people in jerseys, he's the best.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
By the way, I'm still sticking to my guns on I don't care that Kyle Pitts was drafted number 4 in this year's draft. I'm not spending a hugely high draft pick on him for fantasy purposes. I'm sorry. Nope. You're going to have to prove to me that you can be the only guy to have success in the history of the league to have real measurable fantasy success as your first year in the league. No one's ever done it, not even Gronk. No one can do it. So it's not worth a high draft pick. However,
I think there was one actually. Tony Gonzalez, which was like 20 years ago.
Oh,
I
okay.
think Evan Ingram, the
Okay.
second half of his rookie year, had
The
a really
second
good
half,
season.
Yeah.
But it's not
But-
worth a high draft pick in fantasy. It's still
Nope.
not. Like these are things. Talk to me about Kyle Pitts, high draft pick, big three. That whole conversation. We'll talk about that in 2022.
But this is what you're drafting him for in terms
Okay.
of real football.
Look at
Like,
But that's the thing too. Like Kyle Pitts, yes, he is a tight end. Yes, he's coming into the league as a tight end. But just taking the label off, top to bottom, he is the best wide receiver in this class.
Mhm.
He is the best pure athlete in this class. In fact, grading him out, Trevor Lawrence was number 1. Kyle Pitts was my number 2 overall prospect in the draft.
I believe
So just purely from a talent perspective, the man is a beast. And he gives them something that they haven't had since the guy you mentioned, Tony Gonzalez. Since he left,
yeah.
they have not had somebody to fill that role. So he gives them a dynamic threat to throw to over the middle and in the red zone like nobody they've had in a very long time.
Like, no,
I'm excited.
like nobody no one has had in a
I
very
know.
long time.
Yeah.
And I'm excited for Atlanta, and that's not something I say very often or ever.
The
Or
another,
voluntarily.
another couple things that do have me
They're
worried.
not even
back to-
paying me to say that.
Back to fantasy though, things that do have me worried. It's twofold. Number one is we saw how, like, Arthur Smith, tight end coach, we saw what he does with tight ends. Jonnu Smith, he had a lot of touchdowns, not a lot of targets, not a lot of yards, not a lot of receptions. So he's an elite red zone threat. Didn't get that usage, and obviously Kyle Pitts is better than Jonnu Smith already. Better athlete, but more physical freak. But that kind of worries me because it's just that style of offense. The tight ends chip a lot. And the other thing that has me worried is tight ends. This quote from Matt Kelly that I keep hearing, and it's a really good one, the Podfather. Tight end ones on average produce Jarvis Landry 2020 numbers. That's like what you're getting from the average tight end one. Unless you have Travis Kelce, Darren Waller, George Kittle, an elite tight end like that, it's not worth paying that premium on a tight end position. And so you're paying not even sticker, you're paying above sticker to draft Kyle Pitts. And I think I'll be fading him.
I'll be out on all this. The hype train is going to get so unrealistic by the time we get to actual draft time for fantasy purposes. I think Kyle Pitts to the moon will be a real thing that people are going to really buy into, and I just don't see any possible way it's going to return on investment for you. And it's
Now,
just, I'm gonna
again,
be standing away.
draft capital means a lot.
Mhm.
But at the same time, just again, playing with the model, here are the highest graded tight ends in the history since 2000. So Evan Ingram, 7.76. Daniel Graham, back in 2002, 7.76. Tyler Eifert, 7.88. Dallas Clark, 7.98. Vernon Davis, 8.19. Kyle Pitts, 8.2. So he grades out as the best tight end prospect in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
But again, to spend a higher redraft pick on him, you're talking about paying the draft capital of a 4th, 5th round pick higher than a guy like after the big 3. I've seen him in the 4 spot, and it's hard to argue with it because the rest of tight end is such garbage.
Yeah.
I think when we're talking about rookie drafts, he's a borderline top 5 guy.
That's where I was going to pivot the conversation to. So for Dynasty, Steve, that's your slant on it, is you're talking about borderline within the top 5 for Dynasty. I think that's the more real conversation.
In a 1 QB league, I
Yeah.
think he's probably right now the number 3 or 4 pick.
I'd have to say you're probably correct about that, because you're realistically only talking about
You're
one or two
talking
running
about
backs,
Harry, you're
and-
talking about
yeah.
Harris and Etienne, depending on where they go, and then it's
Right.
Kyle Pitts. Like I said,
I've
he
got,
is the best wide receiver in the draft, regardless of his position.
You can talk about Javonte Williams, Jack.
I was about to say Javonte
Williams.
Williams, because running back is so much more
I
valuable.
can see the
than
twinkle
tight
in
end.
your eye when you
Yeah.
talk about Javonte Williams.
You know me. I'm going all in on running back, and then after those 3 are gone, it depending on where they're drafted, landing spot, yada yada. But
Yes,
Yeah.
as
that's
long,
the big thing.
Yeah, if that checks out, then Kyle Pitts at 4 or 5. Jamar Chase is the only one that I'm okay drafting above him.
But that's also dependent on landing spot. Yeah.
And the big thing there too, like you talked about running back. Yes, running back definitely scarce, but it's also a production thing. It's also a value thing at the position, because for me, a lot of people I think are going to get blinded by look what happened last year. Look at what happened with last year's wide receivers and how they blew up. Look at last year's deep running back class. I got to have the 4th, 5th running back off this board. In my opinion, I think it's Harris and Etienne at the top, clear cut. No matter where they land, they become the number 1 guy on that roster. Javonte Williams is interesting, but my number 3 guy on the board is Kenny Gainwell. And I think it's close. I think it's close.
We're talking
between him and
PPR,
Gainwell.
Jack, and so I was going to bring that up. Kenny Gainwell's in my top 5 because it depends on landing spot, right? We don't know that yet.
But that's my point. Is
in PPR
for guys like Williams, Gainwell, and as you go further down that list at running back, you're talking about they have to land in the right situation. Mm-hmm. They have to land in a spot that's going to give them the opportunities, because if they get into a timeshare, they're not good enough to steal the job. Yeah. I don't care where you put Najee Harris. He's going to become the number 1 running back unless he's dealing with Saquon Barkley or CMC.
And then I have so many other questions that we need to have a totally different conversation anyway.
Right. If Najee Harris goes at 8 to Carolina, I have some massive questions to ask.
We'll have to pause the show. We'll have to halt the show for a minute, guys. We'll have to put up the technical difficulty sign and play like elevator music for a minute, because we're going to have to huddle up, because I'm going to have so many questions.
And back
namely, why and how dare you? Like,
to get back to the Falcons, though, running back for them, if one of those running backs lands there, then it's a gold mine, is what I'm going to say. Like, just Mike Davis is your only competition. He's a Jag. He's just a guy.
Yeah.
So Atlanta is very interesting going forward, but Julio's not going anywhere now. Like, they're going full in on, like, Matt Ryan's going to win another Super Bowl.
Well, at this point, I was reading a very well thought out piece earlier this week as I was prepping for this, talking about how they restructured Matt Ryan's contract and how effectively, realistically speaking, there's no way they're getting out of that. He's going to be their quarterback this year, and realistically, he's going to be their quarterback next year. It's just how they reworked it. So at this point, I kind of get the Pitts thing, because even if you've only got him for 2 more years, it gives Pitts 2 years to get ramped up, and then he can be the security blanket for whoever my new quarterback is going to be. And I know whatever our thoughts are, right? Atlanta, the organization, believes that they're good enough to win with adding some offensive pieces and some defensive pieces. Now, I think that's insane, but my opinion is not relevant in that regard.
We have some breaking news. The 5th overall pick is in, and it is Jamar Chase.
Woo!
Standing ovation.
Do it, baby.
They did it.
Forget Sewell. We don't need a lineman. Get the band back together.
Look at that swagger. The white suit, the orange shoes. Just the man is just swag to the max. Him and the Bengal King, Joe Burrow. Just, it is going to be a beautiful connection for a couple years, as long as, like,
this is amazing.
How many years depends on what they do with the offensive line. But so now that we have the landing spot for both, Steve, Jamar Chase or Kyle Pitts?
All right, let's see. I can tell you in a second here.
He's going to do the math. Let's get the footage up.
Let me pull up the footage for those unfamiliar.
We started doing our own show just for ourselves for like 30 seconds there, which happens.
All right, here we go.
So Jamar Chase is another one of those guys that sat out. So this is all these highlights are from 2 years ago when he was playing with Joe Burrow, and they made some sweet, sweet music. That was the year Jamar Chase won the Biletnikoff Award over his teammate Justin Jefferson, who, as we know, is the best fantasy rookie receiver of all time. So
yes,
can Jamar Chase repeat that?
All right,
I think there's a very real chance. But
officially, he comes in at 10.18 for his final post-draft grade. Now, that being said, again, for me, I would still take Pitts ahead of Chase in a rookie draft, but that's just how the model projects out Jamar Chase and what he's going to be able to do in the NFL as a prospect in general. So, again, for me personally, still going Pitts. It's certainly close, but again, other than Trey Lance, there's nothing that's been extremely surprising that's come out of the first 5 picks. And even that, we knew they were going quarterback.
Yeah.
So it's not crazy.
Yeah. I think the most surprising thing about this, if you're talking about just pure football, is them passing on Sewell. We were talking about that at the top of the broadcast.
We've been talking about that since November.
I know.
That's when the hype
been
started.
about it Twitter's been talking about it for 6 months, like especially the last week. And they don't make human beings like that. But I understand the allure of a Jamar Chase, especially when you've already got
by the
Burrow.
way, like the breakdown they have, which is right on Jamar Chase, is that he's a faster Anquan Bolton. Is basically what you're getting with Jamar Chase. So
he's 6 feet tall, but they say he plays like he's 6'4". And when you watch the tape, I understand what they're talking about.
Right.
Because he's really excellent at establishing himself in coverage. You're not going to out jump him, and he's only 6 feet tall, but it doesn't seem to really matter. And he can high point a football. He can outrun you. He can make a cut on you. He's excellent with the ball in his hands. There's very little that he doesn't do well. And the Dolphins pick is already in. It's wow.
They knew what they wanted immediately.
They just immediately got that done.
They ran to the front and said, Devonta Smith.
Word. Yeah, Devonta Smith. Devonta Smith.
If we're reuniting quarterbacks and wide receivers from college.
We got a nice little theme going here now.
Yeah.
Could be Jalen Waddle too. I've heard that rumor, and it could be Penei Sewell because the Dolphins have a battle line.
Before they announce it, because we're going to move away from Jamar Chase so quickly, and this is one of the things I was very interested in. I do really get the pick. Jack, I'm curious. Top 5 for you, or would you rather have Pitts? I know you go running back heavy. You just talked about it.
I probably go Chase just because of the receiver versus tight end debate. I know if you get that elite guy at tight end, it is much more valuable. But I'm willing to bet on the surefire receiver than the surefire tight end, I suppose.
Okay, because I'm actually going to go. I'm going Chase over Pitts. It's not by much. It's like one spot.
Pitts is 5 for me.
But I'm going to go.
Chase
I would go Chase just because you know who the quarterback is. You know what the system is going to be. He's automatically going to slot in to be the wide receiver 1, and they're going to chuck it all over the yard. That's absolutely what they're going to do. So it's even to their detriment. So I love this. I totally get it. For me personally, you had 2 choices. It was Sewell or Chase. You can't really make that pick wrong in my mind. I probably lean Sewell because I'm just a little bit more conservative in putting a team together if it's me. But I absolutely get the thought process, and I love it for Joe Burrow. And if I'm in Cincinnati tonight and I'm a Bengal fan, first of all, I'm sorry for what you've had to go through. Second of all, I'd be pretty happy with this. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I'd be feeling pretty good about it. I'd be thumbs up on it as opposed to shouting at my TV, throwing my Skyline chili.
Tyler Boyd person, I'm all about it. So
yeah, exactly. I'm right there
on.
with you on that train too. We're sitting right next to each other on that train. And it gets T. Higgins some help as a pro T. Higgins person.
It's true.
Not asking T. Higgins to do everything.
I mean, when you think about their offense and what they were able to put up last year, you've essentially now replaced AJ Green's zombie with Jamar Chase. So I feel like that's a slight upgrade.
And they still need to do something about the O-line. I think we would all acknowledge the O-line is now a big weakness for them. But
the pick is in.
Oh, this guy. I like the alerts that you've got for yourself, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I get the tweets before they come in live on the TV. It's great. So the Dolphins get some skill for their QB, selecting Bama wide receiver Jalen Waddle.
They went Waddle.
Their second overall player behind Trevor Lawrence is what they're telling people. I never believe that. But yeah, Jalen Waddle is the wide receiver they get for Tua.
But again, it was the Alabama connection, but
yeah,
just not the one we thought.
Yeah.
Let's get the highlight reel queued up because this is a great one for people who maybe haven't seen it yet. This guy is a joy to watch play football.
And so Tua Tagovailoa had one of the lowest average depths of target in the NFL last year. And so what do the Dolphins do? They get 2 extreme burners like Jalen Waddle right here. Like, look
at him go. Look at him go.
Last year, Tua's throwing deep to Devontae Parker and Jakeem Grant.
Now he's move.
And that
So effortless.
He had to come back to the ball there.
So
He had to come
effortless.
back.
Hey,
Oh.
he makes that look so easy. Like it's not that easy, folks, to actually do that.
It's very interesting that he went ahead of Smith to me.
Yeah, it is.
Again, I understand it. Jalen Waddle is, like you said, the deep threat. Also, the big thing about his game is he is one of the best kick and punt returners in the entire draft.
Yes.
So he adds another level to his stock there by being able to help you out on special teams. So very interesting.
Jack, what do you think about his swag versus the swag that we just saw momentarily ago from Jamar Chase? Because I gotta
Jack
say,
Kavanaugh swag meter.
the Jamar Chase for me was better. I liked the old.
Oh yeah, Jamar Chase, elite tier receiver prospect, elite tier fit, and Jalen Waddle's is good quality suit, but not as good as Jamar Chase. Just like he's not as good of a receiver as Jamar Chase.
I like what this.
You heard it here,
evolved
folks.
into.
This is the analysis you tuned in for. Okay.
Well,
You
and
did this to yourselves.
And so for me, I wasn't as high on Jalen Waddle as a lot of people because that prototype just doesn't do it for me. It's the skinny burner kind of guy. He's only 180 pounds, 5'9", the Henry Ruggs of the world. Like they don't really get me going in terms of a receiver. So I have him behind guys like Rashad Bateman and Terrace Marshall and Devonta Smith. He's in a tier below those guys, and then he's in the same tier, but still behind Rondale Moore and Elijah Moore because, again, very fast players, but just have that stockier build. So very interesting. And in terms of real football, I get it, but it's interesting.
Well, and here's what I would say: the Dolphins are clearly have a type, right? You've got Will Fuller, who they just went out and acquired in the offseason to be one of your burners. And then we're going to go ahead and add Waddle, who I think will probably run out of the slot for the majority. And they can move him around, but I think he's likely going to find his home in the slot to a certain extent, who can destroy you out of there. And then, obviously he's super fast. And then don't sleep on Preston Williams, who should be coming back healthy. And when he's actually right, he's also incredibly fast.
Mm-hmm.
So it feels like the Dolphins kind of have a type at this point. And they're looking for a lot of speed guys. They're looking to go like super speed on you. And I think we're going to see a lot more of what you're talking about, Jack, with Tua's average depth of target. I think they're going to try and move that number up a little bit because it's too low right now. But I don't think they're ever going to totally get away from that. I think they're going to run a lot of catch and run.
And like we had talked about before, so going back to the model, Jamar Chase, 10.18. That lands right in between, again, in the last 20 years, right ahead of Brandon Cooks and just barely behind Calvin Johnson, who got his gold jacket this year.
Nice.
Jalen Waddle.
I've heard of him.
Yeah, I've heard of him. Jalen Waddle, meanwhile, ends up, let's see, slightly lower. I lost him in my sheet. I'll find him. Hold on. There he is. 7.52 in his post draft, which certainly not what you would be hoping for, to say the least. 7.52 puts him right in line with guys like Steve Smith, Torrey Smith, Sterling Shepard, Kelvin Benjamin.
Career role players, and then Kelvin Benjamin.
Yeah. So,
Kelvin
God.
Benjamin had a role.
God, Jack, why did you correct me?
Kelvin Benjamin
completely
had too
forgot
many
about Devonta
roles,
Parker.
and that's why he's not in the league.
Jack, you didn't correct me. I completely forgot about Devonta Parker.
Neil, you missed my whole fat Calvin Benjamin joke. Come on. Jeez.
This whole broadcast is off. Shut it down.
I've already gone off the rails here.
Shut it down.
Mac Jones looks pretty happy. Was that because of Jalen Waddle or because the Lions called? Interesting, though.
The pick is in. If they took Mac Jones.
Jalen Waddle,
Jared Goff.
earlier this offseason, when he was asked, he said he would rather play with Mac Jones than Tua. So friction in the receiver room, except not really. It was probably just a hyping his buddy who's trying to get drafted and not slam.
Hey man, you're on TV.
Now, what are the Lions going to do, and how are they going to mess this up?
So many ways they can mess this up.
Kneecap biter is worried right now. The Lions are pumped. They got their guy. Oh, it's definitely Mac Jones. They're celebrating hard. That is a Mac Jones level celebration.
Let me be clear. There's no such thing as a Mac Jones level celebration. A
Have
Mac
you
Jones
seen the
level
cigar?
celebration is when San Francisco took Trey Lance. That was a Mac Jones level celebration. We did it. We didn't mess this up.
Oh boy.
Oh, look at how excited they are. Now I see them fist pumping.
Yeah.
My stream must be slightly delayed behind you there, Jack.
Jack's tapped into the super secret.
Oh
Patriot
no!
screen.
At number 7 overall, the Lions select Oregon offensive tackle Penei Sewell.
Oh my God, they did something
Wow.
smart.
Yeah.
Wow.
No.
He wanted a
That can't
glass
be
eater,
right.
and he got one. He did it. Dan
He's been-
Campbell.
He's been working at right tackle, which is where he's going to play initially because they do have left tackle Taylor Decker. Consensus top tackle on the board, and one of the Lions coaches, or one NFL head coach, called Penei Sewell the one surefire Hall of Famer in this class. And I can't disagree. I think he was the best non-quarterback in the class. The top, yeah.
We're going to play the footage. People will see what we're talking about. They don't make human beings that look like this.
Here you go. Let me cut to the footage. There's no footage.
There's-
For Penei
he's an offensive
Sewell.
lineman.
Offensive.
Neil.
Nobody cares.
Well, it would have been
Mason,
great. It
cover
would have
your
been
ears if
great.
you're
It would have been
watching.
great if we would have had the footage of just
The pancakes.
just the pancake blocks.
Oh,
Only Mark Schlereth would be interested. We'd pick up one new viewer. We'd get free green chili probably though. Like that would help.
congrats to the Lions, though. Congrats to the Lions fans. They
For
did the right
finally not
thing.
messing it
He
up.
finally
Yeah.
did a thing correctly. I was waiting for something completely ostentatious and ridiculous, and we didn't get it.
Getting so many texts from Lions fans right now. They're all very, very excited. Just you've landed like a franchise tackle, bookend tackles now to protect Jared Goff. And worst case scenario, Goff still stinks. Or sorry, best case scenario, Goff still stinks.
Worst case scenario is Goff is still there.
Yeah,
That's your
best-
worst case scenario.
Best case scenario, Goff still stinks, gets them to 0-17, and then they get their new quarterback next year. I think that's what the Lions are aiming for.
Smart.
Because
So now here's what's interesting. So now we thought we would have 5 QBs possibly gone by this point. Now
I did.
Mac Jones and Justin Fields still on the board at 8 with Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
and you know who was rumored to be looking to trade up at 8 if their guy was there?
Here it comes.
New England.
Yep.
Could the Patriots be trading up for Justin Fields? Could the Panthers take Justin Fields?
I think the Panthers should have taken Justin Fields and they traded for Sam Darnold instead. They also didn't pick up the 5th-year option on Sam Darnold, which is very interesting. And they said the reasoning behind that was they wanted to see how the draft played out. Well, here it is played out. And the second best quarterback in this draft class has now fallen into your lap at number 8.
Mhm.
So if you pass on Justin Fields because you feel like for some reason you're going to be better off with Sam Darnold, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Me Biter's loving it.
They made you have to. How do you not love it? Like they made
Yeah.
the right pick. They didn't Lions it up. Like, oh, so relieved because that could have gone so poorly for the city of Detroit. In terms of fantasy, though, like, it helps DeAndre Swift. He's going to have better blocking. He's got 3.
Right.
He's got at
And,
least
and it helps him too because there's still nobody to catch the ducks.
Exactly.
From Jared Goff.
There's nobody
So,
there still.
like
Still
pick
just
your
wah, 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 and just
pick your
floating
poison.
through there.
Tyrell Williams or Brashad Perriman. Who's your wide receiver 1, boys?
Pass.
TBD. We got 2 more days to draft it.
Yeah.
Let's see
The
what
answer
they
is
can do.
TJ Hawkinson. The answer is TJ Hawkinson.
Oh, that's right. That would be the answer. Or DeAndre Swift again, who will also catch that many dump offs.
Oh, I know. I've been
The
saying
answer
this.
is who's ever drafted on day 2.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
I've been saying this for a long time, but DeAndre Swift is the new Alvin Kamara, and he is going to catch so many balls from Jared Goff because he can't run, he can't scramble, and he doesn't have anyone to throw deep to. So what's he going to do?
I'm really high on DeAndre Swift coming into this, unless something is going to something external is going to have to change it because I keep just moving him
No,
up.
that
moving
like
him up.
that was the best possible pick for DeAndre Swift's fantasy value. And you can still get him as an early second-round pick, and the only reason is because of the Lions' offense. If he were in a better situation, he'd be an easy slam dunk first-round pick. He is that good.
Especially given how some of the other running back rooms have reshuffled to be less favorable. It's caused some consternation. Looking at you, Las Vegas. Why you hate Josh Jacobs? Why you do this to me?
You know what? Josh Jacobs hates your fantasy team, so
That's fair.
it's fine.
That's fair.
I'm all right with this. I'm on board with Josh Jacobs. All right. So what are you thinking here, Neil?
For 8,
Pick is in. So they're not trading
I think
back.
we're going quarterback. I think we're right back on the horse. I think we're going quarterback, and then I think we're very likely going quarterback again at 9. Now that the trade isn't happening, I think it's QB back to back. Just a question of who wants what.
I think this could be the spot where we finally see a defender. They do need a DB. I could see JC Horn going here as well.
I can see it too. I could totally see that too. It's just a question of how do they really feel about their quarterback room at this point.
But I believe the smart pick is Fields. I think he's the best player available. You need a quarterback. Sam Darnold is not the answer. That's why you didn't give him the 5th-year option.
Exactly.
So
you need a stopgap. You got a stopgap for a cheap price. You did it. Congratulations to you. No, I think this is where you want to go. Fields is the smart choice. If you want to go with one of the other quarterbacks, fine, but you really need a quarterback. And as much as I love some of the corners that are in this draft, you can get a corner later.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need to go corner right here. If you wait on quarterback, you're not getting another opportunity. So you're basically marrying yourself to Sam Darnold, which I think is a poor choice.
No one can argue with that.
Yeah.
Again, like I said, the second best quarterback in this entire class for me was Fields. He's the guy that's the most ready-made. He's the guy that can step in and immediately become the starting quarterback for your franchise right now, day one. And I think that's something that would be good for Denver for sure, but it would absolutely be something that they could use in Carolina, even though they have the bridge guy there with Sam Darnold.
Exactly. But instead, they'll use a cornerback in JC Horn.
Wow, they did it.
What I was saying. So they did go JC Horn.
That's what you missed when you were to step away there for a moment to take an executive level call there, Jack. We were talking about, do you go Fields or is this the first defensive player like we teased at the top of the show? And there it is, JC Horn. So Denver is going to get their pick of the quarterbacks.
My God, they're going to get Justin Fields. Oh, my God. And they didn't even have to trade up for it.
Remember last year when they went out and actually were able to get the guy they wanted, and you saw John Elway like in his house doing this because they finally can't be. We're going to get 2 years in a row of not being able to mock John Elway. We don't know yet. We're not there, but it's shaping up that way.
You remember that year that the Broncos drafted Mac Jones over Justin Fields? Sorry, foreshadowing. Excuse me. Sorry. Looking into the future, my mistake.
Oh, well, since it's JC Horn and we're still in Carolina, Steve, you want to remake your fat Kelvin Benjamin joke that I inadvertently talked over? We got time.
Hey,
you said an established role player, and I said that's not fair, because Kelvin Benjamin had a lot of roles, and that's why he's not in the NFL anymore.
I do have a question, though, Steve.
Yes.
Where does JC Horn fall in your model?
That is a great question. He falls completely off the page.
Oh, darn.
He was close, though. He almost made it.
You know what, Jack? I don't like your sass. I feel like you knew the answer to that question, and are being an intentional jerk. I think that's what you're doing.
And to be fair to Carolina, like, they needed to make this pick. They only have 4 cornerbacks that matter on the roster. Yeah. Dante Jackson and AJ Boye on the outside, who are kind of okay. They're middling. And then Troy Pride is a safety playing in the slot, so he's not really a corner. They just have him there. And then Rashawn Melvin, who everyone, as every Ravens fan remembers, gave up like 200 yards to Gronk in the playoffs. So terrible defense. It helps them in real life. But in terms of fantasy, I'm worried about DJ Moore.
Mm,
And it makes me sad.
yeah. Sam Darnold. It's going to be great. Seeing ghosts.
Good news for Christian McCaffrey, though. But
yeah. Jack, you remember last year, famously, the Panthers went all defense.
Every pick,
And
all 7 rounds.
Every single one. And they're starting off strong here again. You know how that coaching staff likes to roll, though. They're determined to fix that defense. They're determined to make that work. And okay, like we'll see.
They're trying. They're pouring the resources in.
You can't say they're not trying. Like
Yep.
they're really trying to turn that defense over.
And you wonder if they're relying too heavily on Joe Brady to make the offense work too. Just like, hey, you'll save us. Like Sam Darnold can be the quarterback, and this can work, right? Like you got this, Joe.
Well, and he figured out Curtis Samuel, and then they let him go. And it's like, okay, well that's fine, but what do you replace it with? Nothing. And then it's like, okay, so now we're just gonna have DJ Moore do everything because they picked up his 5th-year option, and it's
Robbie Anderson. Why are you forgetting about Robbie Anderson, who's
That's
now
fair.
haunted by
That's fair.
But
haunted by Sam Darnold? Just can't.
That's fair.
oh, poor
Speaking
guy.
of ghosts,
That's
can't
completely
get away
fair.
with it. Yeah.
That's all completely fair.
But outside of those two, it's David Moore and then
Yeah.
it's Brandon Zylstra, Omar Bayless, and Ventel Bryant, who all mean nothing. And then Dan Arnold and Ian Thomas battling it out at tight end. So
Right.
on the plus
brought up-
side,
Somewhere John Chansey's whole spider sense went off because you brought up Omar Bayless. Shout out to John. Omar coming. How'd that work out for you?
yeah. Oh, boy. Omar Bayless was not the move, John.
That was John's guy. I just
Yeah.
remember it so vividly. Like, John, no, it's not gonna work.
So on the bright side for the Panthers and for DJ Moore and Robbie Anderson, there's not any target competition, but on the downside, it's still Sam Darnold when you could have had Justin Fields.
Yeah.
And that's
Or
the
just-
thing. Like
or
I said,
run
he's
Teddy
the most-
Bridgewater back.
If this was your plan, was to go JC Horn, then you should have traded back. I feel like there should have been a deal available to you where you could have moved back further in the draft and picked up something.
This and the Dolphins pick are the two so far that I've been like most like not I wouldn't say surprised, but like eyebrow raised. Just like what's the thought process? Jack, is your cat having some sort of?
No, I'm going back and forth.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I heard like banging in the background for a second there, and I'm like, that must not be on your end.
Oh, that's me.
Ah,
No, my cat is having a little snooze. Too much draft excitement. Oh, what do the Broncos do? And does John Elway force the new GM George Payton to do something stupid?
one would think that this would be easy, and you just take Fields, and then everybody goes, "Yay!" So Micah Parsons, like, right? Like something like that. Devonta Smith, because they're done with Cortland Sutton for no
Right.
apparent reason. Yeah,
Then you cut to John just spinning in his chair.
just like last year.
We did it.
We did it! They can't be mean to me again on Twitter.
56 seconds left and the pick is not in. Are they going to pull a Ravens and skip their pick?
Are they going to trade back?
I'm thinking they might be trading back.
They're trying to. They're just waiting.
Are they going to trade back when they need a quarterback desperately, and they're going to pass
Well,
on Fields?
Fields doesn't fit the Elway model of what a quarterback should do. And
Right,
be,
that's what I'm saying. Here comes
yeah.
Mac Jones.
Yeah,
He's our
No.
guy.
Nope, that's not Max. Oh, he's looking at his phone. No, it's not Mac Jones. The pick is in. The Broncos did make the pick, and Mac Jones doesn't look too pumped on.
that's
Camera.
a shame. That's a shame,
I feel bad when they show these guys as the picks comes in.
I do actually feel a little bit bad about that
Like-
too, because you work your whole life and then put all this on camera. You're like sweating bullets in your nice suit.
We do have an update from Kyle Shanahan. He says, if Jimmy isn't here on Sunday, I would be disappointed. It would be a tough situation if Jimmy wasn't here. So like we said, Jimmy Garoppolo probably the starter.
Mhm.
And Kyle Shanahan's hoping he's alive on Sunday. Doesn't know about the rest of us, though.
That's an upgrade. It is
Yeah.
an upgrade.
Kyle Shanahan will not guarantee that any of us will be alive on Sunday. So the fact that he's hoping Jimmy G will be, Good sign.
I like it.
Well, Jimmy G will be fine. He's got his whole career as a model for after his football career is over. Like he'll be fine. I don't worry about him. He'll have money.
The suspense for Denver is just killing me.
Because you know it's going to be something totally nutty and off the wall, right? Like that's what's taking so long.
Well, see, making this even worse is we've had back-to-back picks where I didn't get to play a highlight reel. So, I mean, that's what's made this feel like it's taking longer.
George Payton pulls his special from the Vikings. He takes one from Mike Zimmer's book, drafts a first-round corner back in Patrick Surtain to Denver.
I said it would be nutty, and I wasn't wrong.
Wow.
All in on Teddy Bridgewater. In on it.
Is Cortland Sutton the new Allen Robinson? Oh, what is going on? Great suit by Surtain, though. That pink kind of salmon suit. That is great. But, geez, Louise, Denver, what are you doing?
They've been saying they wanted to improve on defense all offseason, and they were going to try and do it through the draft. I just didn't think it would be with this pick. Figured they would spend the rest of their time on defense.
Well, and you didn't think it would be with a guy like Fields still on the board.
Yeah. That's
right.
Also fair. Mm-hmm.
I assumed that they made the Teddy trade thinking there wouldn't be anyone on the board.
Right. Which is why I'm saying, why did you make the
Yeah.
trade yesterday? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it's so weird. If you were going to do this, why would you have done what you did? I thought the whole logic was we're going to get a guy so that if we can't get a guy, but then you'd still take a guy. It's so strange to operate in this manner. And it's not even like Surtain's not a great football player. He should be great, and they need a corner, but this is how you go about doing this? Like at 9? Oh, okay. More befuddlement out of Denver, folks. Hold on, I'll open my window and get a reaction to from the street as to what's going on. Oh, they're flipping that car over. I'm gonna close my window. I'm gonna close my window. I'm gonna deal with that later.
And another pick goes by without a highlight reel is the most important thing.
I know, right? That's the
Steve
disappointing
spent so
spot.
much time on
We're
those.
losing viewers because of it. Ugh,
All 8 of the viewers we had.
I know. They're
Let's
gone.
go into 7.
So now the Broncos will have Kyle Fuller, Ronald Darby on the outside, Bryce Callahan in the slot, and then Surtain, they can just slot in wherever they want. They can bring him along slowly if they'd like. They can start him over Darby or Callahan right away. Like it's a good pick.
They're going to have a great defense again. Their defense is going to be amazing. Like, because you still have Von Miller coming back for what that's worth, and you still got Chubb. So you got really solid defense all up and down that defense, but can they score more than 18 points and not turn the ball over less than 4 times a game?
Yeah. Can the defense make up for the 6 points that Drew Lock is spotting them with the pick 6?
Oh, you still think Drew Lock's going to be on the field? What week are you talking about? Like week 10? That's after Teddy Bridgewater is either hurt or has a bad game? What are you thinking?
I still think they're going to start Drew Lock and they're going to do the Trubisky. They're going to start him. They're going to be like, hey, see if you can do it, buddy. Set him up to fail and then yank him for Teddy Bridgewater in
I'm telling
the
you
middle
right now,
of a week 4 game.
They're going into that camp as an open competition, and it's going to be literally whoever has the better preseason is going to be the starter. And there is no way you're talking me off that, Jack. I've seen.
Oh, I agree, but I think it'll be I think it'll be the Lock Trubisky parallel, just terrible all around. And it goes speaks towards the Cortland Sutton as the new Allen Robinson once again. He's going to compile this offense just had so much potential. The quarterback there could throw for over 5,000 yards with the weapons, just like neither Locke nor Teddy are 5,000 yard caliber passers.
No, you got one guy who is not accurate enough and takes too many risks and is still struggles with adjusting coverages in Locke. And then you've got Teddy Bridgewater, who I happen to like, but he's very conservative. You know what I mean? He's a very conservative type of quarterback. He doesn't take a lot of chances. He throws a lot of dump offs. It's kind of like if you could blend them into one player, that would be great. But that's not possible unless you subscribe to like the Star Trek Voyager theory that you could combine people in a teleporter. But that's a whole other podcast that we need to do.
So, breaking news, the Cowboys will not be picking at 10. There is an interdivisional trade with the Eagles moving up from 12 to 10, jumping the Giants.
So they jumped the Giants because they want Devonta Smith.
Yep.
That's been the rumor.
That's exactly it. Once the Eagles were taking Smith or those two corners, now that they're all gone, they got to get Smith. And Dave Gettleman is going to be fuming.
Which I'd like for them to cut to and possibly actually interview him, because that guy does not self-censor well. There's going to be some profanities if they were to do that. I would enjoy that very much.
Eagles gave up pick 84 in order to get it, so third round pick.
Okay. Well, while we wait for that to go official, Jack, how do you feel? Like you mentioned Cortland Sutton twice. What about Jerry Jeudy?
I really like Jeudy.
Or Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I think he could be a slot mega producer. He could be a better Jamison Crowder, like far and away a deep threat from the slot. All of that, but
more athletic Jamison Crowder, like type of thing. Yeah,
and just it's not going to happen because Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater. It's going to be like 900 yards ish. It's going to be 6-7 touchdowns ish. It's going to be good. He's going to have a lot of good after the catch run or highlights, but it's just not going to be consistent in fantasy.
No. Poor Noah Fant.
It's DJ Moore and Curtis Samuel and Robbie Anderson 2.0. Just you never know who it's going to be. It's going to be one a week.
Yeah, you just won't know how to predict it. And then there'll also be that 1 week where KJ Hamler goes for 300 yards and 2 touchdowns. Sorry, 250 yards and 2 touchdowns. That's
the Deshaun Jackson special.
Yeah, that'll happen 1 week. Right, the week when you don't expect it is when it'll happen. That's exactly it. Well, we're finally going to get a graphic here, I think.
I think so.
It's finally going to happen. Unless they're traded up, take Asante Samuel Jr. like way too early. Unless that happened.
They traded up to get Fields.
Mm-hmm.
Full QB competition.
Cut to Jalen Hurts' house, just throwing things.
No, I mean, they talked about, or, they've been having the rumors all day that basically it was going to be either Jalen Waddle or Devonta Smith to the Giants, that they were going to take whichever one was still available. So here you have the Eagles leapfrogging them one spot. It seems like this is to get Smith. If they didn't want Smith, there was no reason to jump up for him. This would be full Ryan Pace 2017, moving up a spot for no reason.
Spending money.
Whoa. That gave me a scary thought. What if it is full Ryan Pace? What if they moved up for Mac Jones?
Well, I said Fields, but sure. I mean, same diff.
No, because that would be Ryan Pace. Completely just terrible decision.
Fair point.
Yeah. Oh. Philadelphia. What?
How could you make this trade? Then this take this long, guys? Let's go. How do you hurry it up?
They're actually shopping the pick again.
Yeah. We made the trade. Now let's see if anybody wants to jump back up.
Yeah, we got quarterbacks on the board. Does anyone want one?
Yeah. Chicago, looking kind of thirsty. Devonta Smith with the little.
Oh, the pick is in.
That.
Good thing it's not in Philly because they would probably boo this pick no matter who it is.
They're going to boo anything. They threw things at Santa Claus. I mean, it's.
And look at this too. Like now we're in a situation where the Patriots don't have to pay to move up. They may accidentally fall into Justin Fields at 15.
Yeah.
It could happen, given who's about to start picking here.
Yeah, because there's a run of teams here that don't really need a QB. I mean, Minnesota maybe, but at that point, do you trade back? Does somebody leapfrog up knowing what New England is trying to do? I mean, Vegas. Does Vegas move up a few spots to take Justin Fields as the future of the franchise?
Chicago.
Saints.
I wasn't
Chicago.
really kidding. Chicago. Yeah, like they could.
Yeah.
We're getting into that territory where it becomes realistic.
And it's more affordable now, too, because
yeah.
you're outside the top 10.
That's what I mean by realistic, because
Yeah.
trying to get up into the top 10 historically, it's like you're going to have to spend a ton of capital. It's not worth it.
And we were right. Eagles add a playmaking wide receiver in Devontae Smith at 11.
Finally get to cut to a highlight.
Yeah.
Oh, my
It's a good
God.
one, too.
So there we go. There's the official. And then we've got the Heisman Trophy winner. So he is the second wide receiver coming out from Alabama, but Devontae Smith, I think, was the better of the two. Established playmaker in the first round for the second year in a row for the Eagles. They pair him with Jalen Reagor, who was injured most of last season. So now you've got Reagor and Smith as your 1-2 punch to go with Jalen Hurts. I mean,
And so the knock on Smith is his size. He weighed in at only 166 pounds. But look, like, it doesn't matter when you have that level of movement skills. Like, when he's faced press, Matt Harmon from Reception Perception did a beautiful piece on it. When he's faced press, he is the most successful receiver in the draft. It hasn't mattered because other defenders can't get a hand on him. And it's not like he's playing against scrubs like whatever receiver Zach Wilson was throwing to. He was playing against NFL defensive backs and roasting them in the SEC.
That was such... Jack, that was very eloquently put. He also, like, again, 6 foot 166. He plays, when you watch the film, he plays a lot bigger than his actual physical size is. He's got a really solid ability to leap and do things like that. But also, to your point, Jack, it would matter more if defenders could actually get a hand on him, and it's even more devastating when he actually has the ball in his hand because they still can't get a hand on him.
Chicago is trading up with the Giants.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. The Giants didn't get what they wanted and immediately won out of this pick, and I totally understand.
The first time in Dave Gettleman's life as a general manager for two teams that he has traded back, and the Bears are on the clock. Sorry, had to break that.
No. You got to there, because here comes either the Fields or the Mac Jones. Here it comes. Sorry, Devontae Smith. We had to cut your. Yeah. We had to move on quickly from you. I will say while we have a break, though, I am excited to see Devontae Smith paired with just all the exciting things that the Eagles are doing. Far cry from rolling Alshon Jeffrey out again. You know what I mean? Something no one could get excited about again.
Exactly.
They're doing some things. I approve.
Yeah, it works in a couple of ways because Jalen Hurts isn't the most accurate quarterback. So you get a receiver that can get open and you have a bigger throwing window too. Another thing is Jalen Hurts one of the reasons he's not thought of as accurate. He's better than people think. He's not good. And it's because he throws deep so often. He had the highest average depth of target out of any quarterback last year, I believe. And Devontae Smith, he's an elite deep threat because he gets open so easily. So having Reagor and Smith, great deep threats, really helps Hurts' game and kind of clears things out for the Hurts to scramble, run underneath those design run plays. It's like you said, they're doing things. They're doing things, and
they still also have their security blanket tight ends to add some level of consistency to this whole mix. Because what you're describing is very volatile, right? A lot of running, a lot of deep threats, a lot of motion. So you do still have some level of stability when they have to go into a more traditional offense. So I like how it's shaping up. I mean, I'm not historically a big believer in the Eagles and their front office and what they do, but last couple of years they're turning that team over. Post that Super Bowl that they let that team hang around way too long, though, was always my take. You had to break this up a couple years sooner than you did. So it's actually very interesting here. And if we look at the broadcast, they're comparing Devonta Smith to Allen Iverson. in terms of body size, and it's like, well, that's an interesting because they're
Now-
basically the same size.
That works for Philly. Speaking of Devontae Smith, where does he fall in your model, Steve?
Ooh, good one.
Good call.
I have not looked at that because I got distracted so easily by the Bears news trying
Well,
to see what they were
while-
doing.
While you pull that up,
But hold on, it'll take me just 1 second here.
the Bears.
So a 9.85, 2 full
Okay.
points higher than Jalen Waddle,
Just
about a point behind Jamar Chase. So he right now would be the number 2 wide receiver on the board in this class. But again, I'm with you. I believe Bateman is my number 2. He's the most established guy, I think. So
and so
we'll
the,
see.
The Bears ended up giving a first next year, a fourth next year, and a fifth this year.
he's going to take Mac Jones and he's going to repeat all the
Yes,
mistakes with. He's going to do it. It's going to
Why
happen.
won't it learn?
Why won't it learn?
All
We're
right.
gonna
Well,
do
while
this
we
all again.
anxiously await what happens with that, let's take a quick look back. So here we are. So top 10, what we've done so far. What jumps off on the page to you there, Neil?
So far, the thing that jumps off the page to me is the most surprising thing is actually the Trey Lance thing. I did not think he would go all the way to 3. I figured he would. We talked about it briefly. I figured he'd be the one who would take a tumble. So to see him go all the way at 3, I mean, the 49ers under Shanahan clearly have a type, and not as excited about it, obviously, for what it'll do for them this year. But as far as for the future, I think they're building a very potent offense there that's going to be very multiple and versatile, and it's going to be very hard to pin them down at any given time. So very excited about that whole thing.
Jack, how about you? What sticks out from the top 10?
Probably our first initial shock. Like we were a little bit surprised with Jamar Chase, a little bit surprised with Trey Lance, but we both knew those were possibilities. The first actual shock for me was Jalen Waddle ahead of Devontae Smith to the Dolphins. And it just kind of, like we keep going back to it, just speaks to what that offense is trying to do. They're trying not to give Tua any more excuses, make sure he is throwing deep, clear things up for him, make it the game easier for him. And so it could really pay off, and it also could end up being a Henry Ruggs 2.0.
Right.
What about you, Steve?
Yeah, I like the Lance call as the biggest surprise. I think to me what jumped out, again, from our perspective, we're thinking fantasy wise,
Right.
We definitely thought that, that 8-9 spot is where we could see Justin Fields land. So to see 2 defensive players go back to back there, very interesting that they passed on those guys. Oh, so here comes the Bears pick.
Here comes the sadness train.
Here comes the
It's
very
leaving
sadness.
the station. Jack is smiling, and I don't like it.
No, I'm smiling in anticipation.
I don't like
It's
it.
either a great decision for Fields or a
It's
terrible.
Mitch
terrible.
Trubisky 2.0.
Yeah.
And we've learned nothing.
Either way, best quarterback that Allen Robinson has ever played with. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
I'll get
Low
Either
bar,
way.
but sure.
The low
either
bar,
way, it's an upgrade over Andy Dalton too. I'll give him that as well.
but also a low bar, but sure, I'll give you
Mhm.
that.
Bears trade up and take a tackle. Mhm.
Life is about celebrating the small victories. Okay,
Is it? Is it?
when you're a
Or
Bears
is it just
fan,
a
it
constant
is.
series of disappointments? That's what I would argue. Being a Bears fan.
They made the right decision.
Oh
The
no,
Bears
they
get
didn't.
their QB of the future, Justin Fields, a
Nice.
massive haul.
You did it.
But they finally land
You
the
did it.
QB at number 11.
You did it. You did it, Ryan Pace.
Unbelievable.
You did it. You crazy, crazy person.
Oh,
that's a weight
boy.
off. That's a weight off the old chest. I was waiting for the Mac Jones. Like I was
Yeah.
so sure that was going to happen. I'm like, here it comes. Like he's going to do it. He's
Well,
going to do it.
And I don't know if this is a good thing for Ryan Pace, but it does speak to, like, it's better for Matt Nagy and that offense that he kind of wants to run. A more mobile quarterback would be better suited for it. So, yeah, I'm very excited about this pick. He's got Anthony Miller as the wide receiver 3. He's got Darnell Mooney, wide receiver 2, and Allen Robinson as the wide receiver 1.
And Fields has fallen a little bit. I mean, through the whole draft process here, there's some holes in his game. I mean, we saw him get exposed a little bit against higher level competition, but overall, there's no comparison in my mind between him and Mac Jones. That's not a conversation. He's head and shoulders above that. And
he did get exposed by kind of Alabama and Northwestern, but at the same time against Clemson, 6 touchdowns, 1 interception.
Right. And I think the RG3 comparison is slightly unkind, but it is also very accurate. So I see why they would get there. And you do love that he's the traditional size weight, 6'3", 225. Like, you do love that. Like, that you're not worried about his size or anything like that. So, yep, there it is. There it is, folks, in the comments. Yeah. If that was Jones, I was going to end it all. That guy, Chicago Bears. That guy gets it. He understands.
This guy knows.
And the best part is his strength. PFF charted him as the most accurate quarterback in the class. And so Allen Robinson, again, by far the best quarterback he's ever played with, the most accurate quarterback he's ever played with, the most exciting quarterback he's ever played with, strongest armed quarterback he's ever played with. It's just Allen Robinson to the freaking moon. You can get him in the 4th, 5th round right now. Yep. It's a beautiful time. And Darnell Mooney as well in the 11th round. He's going in best ball leagues. Like that won't stay that way.
No,
but I've been gobbling it up. I've been gobbling it up, and now
in April, talk to me in August and see where that about 11th round on Darnell Mooney. I don't think that's going to stay the way that it is given this news. I think that's going to push him up boards.
Absolutely.
Allen Robinson, though, I could say staying put because people have an irrational hatred of Allen Robinson, as we discuss every year. It doesn't make any sense. The only other thing that I would say about the one thing that I do worry about, it's been the most common thing. It's not like this is original to me. His ability to get through his reads and to process things that are happening in front of him is a little suspect at times. He's going to have to tighten that up. Fields will, as he kind of rolls forward. So that is the one complaint that people do have, and I do believe that is valid. He is going to have some struggles in that regard. However, if that's your one complaint off of somebody that age,
especially when you know it's not a between the ears issue. The guy he was recruited to Harvard based on his academics. Like, he is a very smart person, very intelligent person. You can work with that. You can teach him to run your offense the way maybe Mitchell Trubisky never could, because Mitchell Trubisky just would make
Mitchell Trubisky
was barely a quarterback when he was drafted. Yeah,
Mitchell Trubisky had a certain kind of color blindness, except instead of color blindness, it was linebacker blindness. Just those linebackers lurking underneath.
That's just blindness, Jack.
That's blindness. That's have you seen the size of those individuals? They're like 6'5", 250. You can't miss them. Oh my god! But I know some folks are
the arm strength. Definitely, I agree here. Definitely arm strength.
Arm strength is the key.
It's arm strength and mobility. Like,
yes,
it's he can create with his legs, and they missed out on Deshaun Watson 4 years ago, and now they had the opportunity here to screw it up. And let's be real. If they were in the top 4, they 100% would have screwed it up.
Oh, yeah,
but because Justin Fields just kept trickling down the board, they were able to make the right decision. So I think this worked out pretty well for them from a fantasy perspective. They called Andy Dalton the starter. Do we really think Andy Dalton starts day 1 now? It's obviously a competition when we get into the preseason.
Starts day 1, good chance. Does he play as more than 4 games as the starter? I think is the more real conversation.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Neil there. I'm gonna peg him for the Tyrod Taylor-ish role that like he's gonna get beat out within 4 games.
3 games.
I thought you were gonna make a really inappropriate joke about that happened.
Look at the bow tie. I am more professional than that, sir.
I was waiting. Well, actually, I would have applauded you because it would have been a really great joke about
an awesome joke.
He's going to get the Tyrod Taylor treatment. And it's like, oh, man, is he going to make a medical joke? Like, that's not Canadian. That's not real friendly.
Not where I was going with that, but fair.
I could totally do it if you still want, but this is a family show. I really thought you were going there, and I was like, oh my God, it's the most inappropriate thing I've ever heard Jack say. I'm like leaning forward. Like, here we go.
It's
Jack's
just
going to work blue.
It's beautiful looking back at that Bears QB1 tweet now, too. Andy Dalton.
Oh, it's such great theater.
Oh, just. And another thing, another domino to fall that doesn't really matter, but kind of could. Where does Nick Foles go?
Right.
Canada.
That's going to be interesting as well.
CFL.
CFL? Well, I think
the Alouettes.
We did just announce a start date, I think. I think we're starting in August this year. We've pushed it back.
I mean, if you want a real answer.
I like how you say we, like you run the CFL.
No,
in his spare time.
It's not a high volume job.
He's got other stuff to do. Yeah.
In between working with us and running the Twitter account that he runs on the side. Yeah, he's totally running the CFL. Here we go.
All right. Well, we're going to see really quick what happens here. Dallas.
Here we go.
The Cowboys take the linebacker they targeted and were slated to take at number 10 almost no matter what. Penn State linebacker Micah Parsons at number 12.
I like
Parsons,
all right.
Parsons told me last night he looks forward to tackling Zeke Elliott in practice. Fun times. I like the pick in theory because Parsons is a super talented player.
Well, I mean, we've got
Sean
a defensive pick, and we finally have a defensive expert joining us now. IDP lead, Mr. Nee Wallace Bruce. Nee, welcome into the show, sir. It is good to see you. Oh, and he's got his Niners. He's ready.
Timing is excellent.
Yes, wonderfully done, sir.
He is living the good life.
I am living the good life, the Trey Lance life. Sorry, the Trey Lance era is alive and well.
Well, look, first, let's ask you how you feel about Trey Lance. You feeling good about that? Our resident 49ers fan.
Yeah, I'm feeling better about it. I think Mac Jones would have been a tough call with the way the Niners are going at the moment. But with Trey Lance, he's a guy that wins. And
that's a nice way to put it.
I almost had a legitimate spit take.
What a casual way to put that.
Oh, man. Oh.
But yeah, I'm happy with Lance. They can get started with him. Let's see what happens with Jimmy G, whether he starts the season or not. He might get traded this weekend, but Lance is a good start. And just look at this pick with Dallas, pick 12. They get Parsons. Sean Lee has just retired, right? So they had a hole in the linebacking core. I know that Keanu Neal from Atlanta has come across. He's slated to play that position as well. But Parsons comes on board, and he will slot in straight away pretty much. He'll be next to Jalen Smith, and I expect him to be tackling heavy.
Not a good sign for Leighton Vander Esch either. Ian Rappaport just put out that he's expecting the fifth-year option to be declined for LVE, the former defensive rookie of the year. And it's just that neck has just completely ruined him. But when healthy, he had all those tackle numbers, right? So do you expect Micah Parsons to just slot in immediately like that?
I think so, because like you said, Leighton Vander Esch, he earned the nickname Leighton Vander Neck because of his injuries. They might move on from him. Sean Lee is retired as of this week. So it's really Jalen Smith, and Keanu Neal is going to need time to get acclimated to the defense as well, you know?
What a pick by Dallas.
Well, it's crazy.
And again, it's good on them. They were able to move back 2 spots, get the guy they wanted all along, and an extra third rounder. So
I was going to say, because they were projecting Micah Parsons could have gone as early as 9 to Denver.
Even 7 to the Lions.
Yeah, like you got a really solid pick here, and you got to move back and pick up some free stuff for later. Like, far be it for me to ever compliment the Cowboys or Jerry Jones. And we've yet to see the human skull full of Johnny Walker Blue that he's invariably drinking out of. We'll get there. But this is an amazing choice. I mean, for what you needed, for what was available still to you, I'm finding hard to find any real fault in it.
Right. Like 6'3", 246, and he runs a 4.36. Like, pardon me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's not afraid of delivering some serious, like, bone-jarring hits, especially on like running backs and things like that. He will wrap you up and take you to the ground. He's got all the tools to make that happen. It's pretty impressive.
Oh, and I still
There
can't
we
get
go.
over seeing that Jay Fields next to Chicago. It's doing it
Finally.
for me today.
Finally, something
Hey.
happened that was positive for Chicago.
I don't know. Ryan Pace trading up, that was a lock for me. Before the draft, I thought, yep, Ryan Pace is going to trade up somewhere in the draft. But Big Fields, that surprised me a little bit.
You weren't here because we're still Steve and I being from Chicago and still living the Mitchell Trubisky trade up. We were discussing that live here in real time.
Still living
And
it.
we're like, he's going to do it. He's going to give up all that collateral. And he's going to move up one spot. And he's going to take Mac Jones. Watch it. He's going to do it. Watch
Now,
it happen.
Now I will
If
say
the
this:
Fields still on the board, he's going to do it.
it's not a perfect system, but my QB model, like I said, right?
We completely skipped
we
that.
just
I need
totally
to hear
didn't talk
this.
about that.
13 and above is a great ranking. Anything 11 or really it's like 10 to 13 is mid-range. And it's this weird like Mod Podge of guys that are either super busts or are mid-tier QB2s. I call it the Kirk Cousin range.
Yeah. Okay.
Like they have top 10 potential for a season or two, and then they're just usable guys. And then Justin Fields slots in at 12.1. Right behind actually Jordan Love from last season.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's not great, but I'd still expect it to be significantly better than what I would give you for Mac Jones. So
Well, yeah.
And I understand it too, because some like in terms of a like
the
an
numbers
analytic-
weren't eye popping.
Exactly. In terms of like an analytical process, he didn't start at Georgia. He was a backup there, so that doesn't look great. He only had one full season at Ohio State because of the COVID shortened year, and so it's just like he's not going to look good when you compile the numbers like that. Much the same way a Mitchell Trubisky wouldn't or a Jordan Love wouldn't. However, I just think Justin Fields is different. Like
I think the rushing floor makes a massive difference. I think that's what it is.
Not only for fantasy, but also for real football.
For him in
what
general.
we were talking about with Jack a minute ago, for what the Nagy system needs to actually function and do the things that it needs to do, you got to have somebody who's a little bit more mobile than Nick Foles.
So now if you're the Patriots at 15, you're looking Mac Jones, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I would think so.
I would think
it's
so.
gotta be, yeah.
Either that or I'm
Almost
trading
a lot.
down and trying to get this Jimmy Garoppolo deal over the line over the weekend or Monday.
And at that
Bateman.
I would love the pick, but at the same time, I would hate it because the Patriots drafting wide receivers means they're dead. So
Yeah.
I was wrong about N'Keal Harry. He was my number one receiver, and they killed him. So don't do it again. Sorry, Nee, go ahead. I'm angry.
No, I was just about to ask. With Justin Fields in Chicago, does that mean Allen Robinson stays?
Ooh.
We didn't
I
talk
think-
about that long
Look,
term.
I think Allen Robinson's thing has always been he'll stay for money. Like
Yes.
he'll
Yes.
if you pay me, I'll stay. He'll go
money and
wherever the
respect.
money is. Like he
Yeah.
deserves
Mhm.
that. He's shown
Mhm.
throughout his career he has no problem playing with horrible quarterbacks. So, like to Jack's point, no matter who they took there at 11, that player automatically became the best quarterback that has ever played with Allen Robinson. So
Mhm.
Just so sad.
Allen Robinson will be more than excited to get a chance to play with Justin Fields for the season. And then we'll see long term what that means.
Right.
And I think a couple things to unpack here. I think there's a good chance Justin Fields becomes the first 4,000-yard passer that the Bears have ever seen.
Possible.
I think he's already at least a top 3 quarterback that the Bears have had.
Mhm.
It's that
Debating
bad. I know what you're doing.
Jim McMahon and Jay Cutler are the only two that I'm like throwing it up there.
Yep.
And
Mm.
speaking of Jay Cutler, that's a big reason that people thought the 49ers would draft Justin Fields is because Jay Cutler, like Mike Shanahan, didn't talk to him at all pre-draft. This super toolsy physical, elite physical tools prospect ignored him to not tip his hand. And it's kind of what the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan did with the Mac Jones smokescreen. And then low key, just like, oh yeah, Kyle actually went to dinner with his parents, with like Trey Lance's parents at his pro day. So like, maybe we should. Just funny how things go.
Yep.
Well, and it's lying season, as we know.
Exactly.
Don't trust anything. It's all lies. It's all a smokescreen in one way or another. Except for Kyle Pitts to Atlanta, which is the worst kept secret.
And I thought it was a smokescreen.
Yeah. And I've been sitting here for days like, no, man, that's totally happening. Like, that's 1,000% going to happen. I've never been more sure of anything in my life because I'm like, well, what's their incentive to lie? It's a rare, like, they don't even need to lie. There's nothing that anybody can do to stop it.
Right.
So, Nick, since you weren't here for the other two defensive picks, what are your thoughts on the rookie cornerbacks, J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain, and how, in terms of IDP, how does that help or play out?
Yeah, look, so I did think that Horn was going to go before Surtain, but I was a little bit surprised that it was Carolina so high at number 8. Now, looking at the way Carolina's picked the last year or so, they have been all in on the defense. They want to build that team up. So it's not too surprising.
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt, but the Chargers stick and pick and take Northwestern offensive lineman Rashawn Slater, top O-line available at number 13, franchise left tackle for Justin Herbert.
The Chargers also do something rare and do something intelligent with one of their draft picks.
That's why I had to interrupt, because what?
I see.
Yeah.
Shout out to the nerd. They actually got something positive for his team over there. You got to protect your investment with Herbert. Or Herbert, as they like to call him on the broadcast.
The Herbert. I love that.
And they really, really have gone on after that offensive line. They gave Corey Linsley, made him the highest paid center in the league. They gave Matt Filer a bunch of money to play either left tackle or left guard for them. Now with Rashawn Slater, he's clearly going to be the left tackle. And then they have a solid guard in Filer, and then a very highly paid right tackle in Brian Bulaga, who they brought over last year from the Packers. So they're setting Justin Herbert up to succeed. Where do we have Herbert ranked this year now?
Well, when you're talking about QB rankings now, it's the Konami code, quarterbacks, and then everyone else. And Justin Herbert, for me, kind of falls into the top of that everyone else tier with Aaron Rodgers. So you've got obviously Mahomes, you've got Watson, assuming he plays, you've got Kyler Murray, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts. You've got the guys that are mobile, Lamar Jackson,
Lamar.
And then you've got Herbert and Aaron Rodgers right in that range, the more pocket passer guys. It's a little bit scary to see if he has a Baker Mayfield type fall from grace in year 2. Your favorite saying that you missed out on, Jack? What is it?
Sophomore slump or sophomore jump.
Or second year jump.
Yeah.
There you go. You're welcome. So if they'll never let you live that down, by the way.
I was going to say, we're 2 years into that.
Never going to happen. Never going to happen.
Second year bust is what I went with.
But no, I think Herbert definitely is going to end up right there in that same area because he's still got all his weapons back. They're going into year 2. They're still going to have to throw a bunch to compete in that division. So you give him a solid offensive line.
Keenan Allen should be healthy. Back with should be fine.
Yep.
Look at the Chargers doing good things. Anyways,
you got to enjoy those moments, just like a Bears fan. You got to enjoy it. Like you don't get too many, so you gotta enjoy them while they're here.
Yeah. We can get back to the cornerbacks now that I'm done interrupting me and taking us off topic.
1 second. Here we go. There you go.
That's all right. Oh, thanks, Steve. Thanks, Joe.
I got you.
So yeah, like I was saying, Carolina is building up this defense. They're building from the back. And, the secondary is stacked now. They have Jeremy Chin, who's probably the best safety in last year's class. He is, the fulcrum of that secondary. He is a safety that can play linebacker. But on the wide side, you have J.C. Horn, who's probably going to be the right cornerback. I know A.J. Bouye is on the roster as well, but he's suspended, don't forget, for a little bit. And opposite is Dante Jackson. So they're really tightening up to, help get the ball back for Sam Darnold. I know people were saying, why didn't they get an offensive lineman? That's open to discussion, but I think this is a good move.
And we have the New York Jets coming up to number 14. The Vikings are trading back.
They've just missed out on the tackle they wanted, because I know they were in on the Rashawn Slater. So it makes a certain amount of sense if they think they can get a lineman later in the draft to just come down a little bit. What do the Jets want?
Jets could be looking at an offensive lineman like Elijah Vera Tucker or Christian Darrisaw, or could be looking for another edge defender, because we know Bob Saleh wants someone opposite to Carl Lawson to be that kind of Joey Bosa D4. And he knows more than I do about that.
So yes, there's that, or they could even be looking at someone like Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, because the Jets linebackers, they're a bit thin. They've got CJ Mosley, who opted out last year, and then it's a bit of a mix after that. Neville Hewitt left in free agency. The Blake Cashman got hurt a lot, and then it's a bit of a motley crew after that. So it wouldn't surprise me if they went with Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. However, yes, Saleh isn't a guy who loves the pass rush, so an edge defender does make sense for this pick.
It's the thing so the Jets, this is their second pick, but when you're picking in the top 5, number 2 overall, there's a lot of things you can do with your second pick because you need help in a lot of places.
I was going to say, when you're the Jets and you need help everywhere, you can't really screw this up too bad.
Right.
I mean, they addressed the need at head coach, so that's one good thing. So
right.
And
now they've got Wilson. They're perfectly coiffed quarterback for the next 3 years until they draft the next Zach Wilson.
Until they inevitably break him and shatter his confidence and then have to go find another one. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
what you missed, Neil. We were talking about that earlier. It's like, I don't know if I agree. I think most of us were in agreement on that. Like, I don't think I really agree with this choice. Like, it's not the worst choice you could have made, but you've got an unproven project that you're going to stand up here in the New York market, and they're just going to break him. There's a very high chance they're going to break him.
Jack, do you know what the compensation was for them to move up by chance?
We do not know yet. We are still waiting on that to come out from Twitter.
Hang on a second. I can hook you up. Let's see.
There's also speculation, by the way, that the reason they did not go with Fields at 9 is because the Broncos feel very strongly they have the best package in place to get Rodgers, which has been the other big story of the day. So
we talked about that top of the broadcast a little briefly, very briefly. So we actually have a moment while they're working this out. We could talk about the package they're putting together to go and get Rodgers, because for those who may not have seen it, if you just watching the draft and hadn't had a chance to look at the news today, Aaron Rodgers, I dismissed that news story out of hand at first, and then we started seeing actual offers getting put together, and I still kind of dismissed it a little bit, but he came back and literally said, I'm looking to go play in one of these handful of markets, and Denver was on the list. And
apparently the idea was that they were trying to do a contract restructure with Aaron Rodgers, that they wanted him to take less money to open up cap space. He, of course, did not want to do that.
Well, it wasn't going to be less money. It was going to be more money up front.
Right. He was going to get
it would be no change in his pay to help.
Right. It would just be, instead of getting it long term, he'd be getting it all like up front.
Yeah.
Is what they wanted to do.
Exactly.
So they wanted to restructure his contract. He said, I would only do that if you extend me and guarantee I'm the quarterback for X amount of time. They aren't interested in that because they feel good about Jordan Love when his contract expires. So apparently, according to Trey Wingo, just before the draft, he was hearing reports that a deal was reportedly in place to have them trade Aaron Rodgers. They cleared it with Rodgers, and then whoever the other team was backed out because the price was too high. Ooh. And ever since then, Rodgers has basically had a sour taste in his mouth with Green Bay, saying that if you don't want me here, then get rid of me. So now they don't want to give him an extension. They apparently already had a trade in place for him, and they're looking to move him. I believe it may have been the Rams before they went out and got Matt Stafford, but don't know. We'll find out. It's going to be interesting.
And in terms of paying the price, Vikings trade pick 14 and pick 143. Jets trade pick 23, pick 66, which is their first third-round pick, and pick 86, which is their second third-round pick. So 2/3 for the Vikings, and the Vikings move back to pick 23.
Move back a little bit. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Jets also pick up 143, a fourth or fifth round.
But yeah, the Vikings can probably get some kind of lineman that they would want. One would believe at 23, more than likely, and then you pick up a couple third rounders to round out what else you need. That kind of
And still got to believe that we have Mac Jones coming off the board next. So,
and we go with former offensive lineman Joe Douglas going to work on the offensive line, adding guard Elijah Vera Tucker from USC.
Okay.
Listed as a guard too, not a tackle. He played tackle for USC, but could play both for the Jets.
Okay.
interesting.
Right.
They need it. They certainly need a.
I mean, they need everything.
do.
So it makes sense.
Anything you can think of.
The way their offensive line looks now, they have left tackle Mekhi Becton locked in there. He's a franchise player. Left guard Alex Lewis is a bad player. Right guard Dan Feeney is a bad player. Neither of them are starting NFL caliber guards. Connor McGovern, the center, is good enough. He's solid. And then right tackles are George Fant and Chuma Adoga, who are not NFL starters. So Elijah Vera Tucker could play 3 different positions on that offensive
Jack,
line.
do you know how old Connor McGovern is offhand? Isn't he like way up? Isn't he up there at this point?
I think he's early 30s. I don't think he's that old.
Okay. I just feel like Connor McGovern's been in the league since like 1997.
You just remember him from the Denver Broncos. He's only 28 years old.
I still have the PTSD from it. What are you talking about? Like,
he is 28 years old.
God, that makes me feel old. That's you can only turn your hat so far sideways to hide the fact that you're almost 40, guys. I'll demonstrate that now. Turn it sideways, and I look younger.
There we go.
Did it.
So Neil.
Go ahead. I was just going to say the Patriots are on the clock.
The Patriots are on the clock with
this is
66.
dunk.
Yeah, you have to think this is Mac Jones. But Neil, as the resident Broncos fan, I have to ask, what are your thoughts on Patrick Surtain going to your franchise?
We talked about this quite a bit. Everybody was kind of stunned when that happened because, they've been talking about how they wanted to keep making improvements to the defense, and that they believe that that's their path forward. But when Fields fell, it really felt like, all right, guys, you really need a quarterback. You never do this well. You never even draft quarterbacks. They don't even do it. They don't even try. They just go and get retread after retread. So I really like the Surtain pick in the sense that he's a really good player. He fits well into their defense, into what they're trying to do, at least X's and O's wise. But I do question, like, did you really need another corner over some of the other needs that you had an opportunity to get Fields in here? But you and I both know Fields and not Mac Jones. I'd rather do Surtain than Mac Jones if you're asking me that question. But if you're talking about Fields versus Surtain, I'd have gone Fields there, but I'm not John Elway. And John Elway's got this whole vision in his head of what a quarterback should be and look like and how they should play. And it's not Fields. That's not what that is. So I totally get how they would end up with the Surtain pick. I just think that it's just not. It wasn't the best choice of best available. However, you did get a really nice defensive player, and we ran it down actually before you got here. Their secondary is excellent with the addition of Surtain. It was good before. Yeah. Now it's excellent. And when you add in the fact that they still have Von Miller and Chubb playing linebacker, I mean, they're scary. That defense is very scary. And what I was saying is, though, it's like, can you score more than 18 points and turn the ball over less than 4 times? Because you're going to need to do that even with an elite defense. So those are the thoughts that we were going through. So do you have anything? What did you think about that as our resident defense expert?
Yeah, I thought this was a Fangio move. I feel like Fangio, maybe, I don't know if he's banging the table, but I think that he had an influence on this one. Like you said, if Justin Fields falls to you at 9, I think that's the move that you make. But at the same time, George Payton, John Elway, they've gone out and got Teddy Bridgewater, so maybe they feel like they can go with him or something like that. In terms of secondary, you're right, it's stacked. They got Kareem Jackson at strong safety, Justin Simmons, who they brought back on the tag, if I'm not mistaken, at free safety.
Yep, he's on the tag.
And Kyle Fuller.
The pick is in.
Oh, hold on. We got to.
Mac Jones is going to the Patriots. Jimmy Garoppolo is not. Now the Patriots QB room will include 2 Auburn Tigers and an Alabama quarterback.
Nice.
All right.
Nice.
Well, I mean, again, we kind of figured this was going to happen. If they didn't move up, this was going to be the guy that would slide to him, right?
Poor guy. I feel bad for him getting the hype of 3, getting everyone in his ear telling him he's going 3, and then it's like an Aaron Rodgers slide almost, except now he ends up in New England and he's probably going to win multiple Super Bowls. So how bad do we really feel for him?
Not very.
And that's what they're looking for Mac Jones for. Just
Yep. It's the deep ball accuracy. He can't move in the pocket. He just sits there. He's got no mobility whatsoever. He's the traditional sit there and throw the ball QB. But I mean, he provides something that they haven't had, even with Tom Brady for the last couple of years. Not having the mobility is a big thing, but just the deep ball accuracy is what's gonna help him.
And all like underneath accuracy as well is given his biggest strength from PFF. And with those tight ends, it's hard not to be accurate when you've got Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry that you're throwing to underneath, 6'3" and 6'5" respectively. And then Nelson Aguilar on the deep ball. It's going to be really interesting to see how this ends up coming together. How do we feel about the Patriots pass catchers now?
Horrible. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, about the same, if you really want to know.
So do we think Mac Jones starts right away then, or how long?
No,
before?
I still think this is Cam's team
No,
this
this is
season.
Cam's team.
And I think they will. It's
season.
one of those situations. It's a get the hook situation, right? Like if he starts to have a bad year, if something starts going haywire with Cam, if we see the Cam Newton that we saw the last, or not the last, but like weeks, what was that? Like 12 to 14, something 10 to 14.
That
post-COVID era. If we see that Cam Newton with the inaccuracy and winded all the time and
They're gonna
all
get
that,
the
then they go to Mac Jones for sure.
Yeah,
I will say Mac Jones, like, perfectly fine player. It's just what scares me when I was watching tape on him is for a guy that can't run that well and needs to make all his hay out of the pocket, man, he doesn't have much pocket presence. And when he gets into pressure situations, he can't escape it. And he spends a lot of time throwing off his back foot for somebody who spends that much time in the pocket. Man, does he really scare me with that back foot stuff. Because when he's coming back on a 5-step drop, and if there's anybody even remotely in his face, that ball's coming out on his back foot. He can't stop himself. He can't stop it. And it's just like, if anybody can fix it, it's the Patriots and it's Belichick, and they're just gonna just drill it in him. But
another good thing too on that point, the Patriots offensive line might be the best in the NFL. They have a phenomenal, massive men on the offensive line. Left tackle or right tackle Trent Brown, 350 pounds. Left guard Michael Onwenu, also 350 pounds. Like, these are massive men who can move, protecting Mac Jones. So even though he can't move, the guys in front of him can. So that does help, at least in the short term.
Right. For sure. I guess one caveat.
I was going to say, finish your thought there real quick, because I had a question.
You're right. My one caveat, Jeff, to that is the fact that he's in a growing division. The AFC East is getting better and better. The pass rushing of Miami, New York Jets, hopefully after this weekend, and Buffalo isn't such that Mac Jones won't get time. He won't get, training wheels. When he gets to start, it'll be hit the ground running type stuff, even though he doesn't run in the pocket.
hit the ground standing. That's
hit the ground
good.
Jogging.
hit the ground on the back foot.
Yeah, hit the ground
there
on
you
the
go.
back foot. There it is.
I think the best comparison for Mac Jones that I have seen so far is the Lego Man.
Oh my god.
Tell me I'm wrong.
He does kind of look like the Lego Man from the Lego movie. I know what you're talking about. I get the reference. It's
just the square body, the immobility,
non-flexibility. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Nee, real quick, I did want to have you. We kind of had to stop because of Mac Jones. I wanted to have you finish your thought real quick on the Denver
Oh, no.
Surtain thing.
I'm going to cut that off quick.
We're going to cut it off right now.
Because we have a defensive player drafted to Arizona, linebacker Zaven Collins, not Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Okay.
Thoughts?
All right. Look, Arizona, they're making moves on defense. Last year they got Isaiah Simmons. They went out and got J.J. Watt in free agency. They want to get the ball back if they're losing it. You know, this is a team that is not fooling around on the defensive end. I guess I'm a little bit surprised because when I saw Arizona at this position, I thought cornerback. You're going to get a cornerback here. And then your second choice is cornerback because they really need a cornerback. They let Patrick Peterson go. So, look, I guess with my second thought, maybe they should have gone to cornerback. But at the same time, Zaven Collins is nice to have for sure.
Absolutely massive linebackers that they have now. They have Isaiah Simmons as their other linebacker, 6'5", and now they have Zaven Collins, 6'4", 259 pounds. Man is absolutely massive. He's kind of going to be more of the run stuffer, the pass rusher, the Dante Hightower almost to Isaiah Simmons kind of more flexible, almost safety-like approach. It'll be a really interesting combination to watch it pan out. And it just goes back to Cliff Kingsbury. He's hoping that the offensive moves he's made with A.J. Green and Rodney Hudson and all that, they'll save him on offense. And just if we can get enough guys on defense, that'll also save him, and he'll be able to handsome his way into another year of a job.
Yeah, I think Arizona, it's a very interesting division. I think Arizona is a team that is primed to make the leap into the playoffs, especially because with what happened to them last year, all of a sudden they find themselves sitting in that number 3 spot in the division with San Francisco having the rough year. So they could turn it around pretty quickly. They have a lighter schedule compared to everyone else that they have to face. You could see Seattle, the wheels start to fall off a little bit because of the age of that roster. And then you have San Francisco may still be a little too young on offense and inexperienced. And then you've got, of course, the Rams, who are trying to win it all with Matt Stafford, but it's year 1 in that offense for him. So there'll be an adjustment period a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be an interesting
division
to follow.
He's one back injury away from missing the entire season at this point, where he's at with his career.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do have to wonder with this pick whether this is a referendum on Zach Allen. He was a first or second rounder they picked 3 or 4 years ago, and perhaps this is their way of saying, "Hey, we've got J.J. Watt. We already have Chandler Jones. We're going to slowly move on from this guy by getting in a guy like Collins."
Right.
Now, just on the 49ers, let's talk about Jimmy G. Because I heard a rumor. I don't know if you guys have heard this, but Jimmy G to Pittsburgh Steelers. What's your thoughts on that?
I have not heard that one.
I haven't heard that at all.
I haven't heard that either, but that is interesting. I had heard that Mason Rudolph is in talks of signing a 1-year extension.
So that I did hear, yes.
I heard that too.
I would prefer the trade for Jimmy G.
By far. By far.
Not even close, yeah.
It's not even a conversation. Like, name your price. I couldn't have Mason Rudolph if I was on my team. I couldn't do it. It's
no.
But yeah, where else could Jimmy G land? There's not, now that the Broncos are clearly they're not gonna trade for him after getting Teddy.
If anything, they're gonna go to do that Rodgers deal that we were talking about. And if they're gonna do anything else quarterback, otherwise I think they're standing pat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of Pat, Mac Jones just got drafted, so that knocks out the Patriots pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah, that'll eliminate that more than likely. Why would you spend the money? It doesn't make any sense. Or why waste the capital?
Especially when you've got Cam to be the veteran anyway. So,
right.
Yeah, I could see Pittsburgh as a thing because you've really only got probably 1 more year of Roethlisberger, maybe 2. Mason Rudolph can't possibly be the answer for many, unless suddenly the light bulb goes off in a huge way. I doubt it. I don't see how that's ever going to be your answer to anything.
And
all the other
Steelers
quarterback
also-
needy teams just got quarterbacks for the most part, literally like an hour ago. Like that just happened.
Yeah, and the Raiders,
And-
they were rumored to be looking at the quarterbacks anyway.
Mhm.
It's
Right.
not an upgrade going from Derek Carr to Jimmy G. So
Not
especially-
really.
No.
and you have Marcus Mariota as your expensive backup anyways. So
I was going to say, you're going to have to teach Jimmy G the system. Carr already knows the system. That's like 6
Yeah.
in one hand, half dozen in the other. There's no point. Just keep my money in my pocket.
but the Raiders are on the clock, and that'll be very.
Well, this is what I'm here for, is the Raiders' utter nonsense. This is why I watch the NFL draft, folks, because well, I don't know if you hear us talk about it, but I bring this up every year. In over 75% of all NFL drafts that have ever happened, the Raiders take the fastest wide receiver available in them. That's what they
Yes.
do. They have
Yes.
a type. The ghost of Al Davis is rising from the grave as we speak. He's rising right now to talk to his son about just win, baby. Take the
That's
That's one,
fastest.
baby.
To be fair, they could take the fastest wide receiver in this draft, I believe, is Anthony Schwartz. Is that right?
I was correct. I got this pick right. I nailed the Raiders pick. They are reaching on Alabama offensive tackle Alex Leatherwood at number 17.
The Leatherwood.
Wow.
But it's still Raiders because it's a huge reach. That's the other thing they love to do
Right.
is take
Yeah.
a giant reach. That's the Gruden way. I know
Yeah.
my board. My board. I know that board better than anybody else. I'll just write. I know what I want. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Howie Roseman, Ryan Pace, and Mike Mayock. They're all sticking to form this year.
I
They really are. They really are. They're playing a type.
Roseman gets his wide receiver. Pace trades up for a quarterback, and Mayock doing Mayock things. It's
Yeah, it was
consistent.
Mayock stuff.
Don't worry. In the third round, the Bears will get a tight end.
Well, he can't help himself. He can't help himself.
Look, it's what he does, right? He's signed Mike Glennon to the most expensive contract in free agency, and then immediately traded up a spot to draft Mitchell Trubisky. He gives all that money to Jimmy Garoppolo last year, and then trades up into the second round to take Cole Kmet. He signs Andy Dalton to be the starter this offseason, trades up to number 11 to get Justin Fields. Now, only one of those was a smart move. but
at least on paper today.
Yeah, on
time
paper
will
today. Yeah.
Time will tell if any of them were smart moves. And I believe you said Jimmy Garoppolo. I know you meant Jimmy Graham though.
Jimmy Graham, yes, thank you.
Well, and I'll tell you what, man. You look at this young guy, Alex Leatherwood. He's an offensive lineman. He started at left tackle for the past 2 years for Alabama. Before that, he was a right guard, so he can fill in multiple positions on this offensive line. I'll tell you what, man. He is a grinder. He is gonna push people around, mauler, and that's what we're looking for. Rebuilding Raider Nation.
That's not bad. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Can he throw passes, Jack?
And he what? Oh, can he throw passes? No.
I just as much as I love that, the one that I love even more is Mike Tomlin's conferences where he's talking about you got to cut your eyelids off so that you never blink. And I'm like, Mike, if you actually believe that, you wouldn't have eyelids. Like he says that all the time, and I just laugh at it because I'm like, Mike, you can't sit here and say that while you still have eyelids. I'm just saying, like you kind of being a hypocrite, Mike. Also, this is a football team, and I know it's serious, but it's not the Marines.
He doesn't know that.
I know he doesn't know that. It's painfully obvious he doesn't know that.
It's funny too because I put out my mock earlier and I got a message from Raiders fans. If you think that they're going to take Alex Leatherwood when Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is on the board, you're crazy. It's like, guess I'm crazy. Like
you don't watch your own
fox.
football team. You don't watch
Like
your
a
own football
fox.
team. That's what that is. Oh man. There's some of these tonight that have been great.
Just a little bit earlier than I anticipated is kind of the theme there for that one. I'm
Yeah.
listening to the talk in the background.
But yeah, because if you look at
Oh,
any
so
big
let's see,
board,
who's on the
if you look at
clock?
any big
Miami
board,
again?
Leatherwood was not projected to go at 17. Like
No.
they could have waited.
They could
more
have
than
traded
likely.
back. and
You could have
had him.
traded back and then still got him, or you could have taken something else. And if you really wanted to get him towards the end of the night, you could have traded back in. Somebody would have done it for you. Like
Yeah, and watch the Dolphins take a better offensive tackle here, like Tevin Jenkins.
Yeah, more than likely.
Oh boy. And it's not that Leatherwood's bad. He's fine. He's just like a second rounder, not a 17.
No, I figured he'd be a day 2, night 1 but that's the Raiders for you.
Yeah.
The ghost of Al Davis is in full effect. He's here.
Yeah, when you've got Christian Darrisaw, the Virginia Tech offensive tackle, on the board, Tevin Jenkins from Oklahoma State, Dylan Raduns from North Dakota State, Sam Cosmi from Texas, like they're all consistently ranked above them or above him. Everyone loves the Notre Dame offensive tackle, Liam Eichenberg. So, like, I've listed 5 guys that everyone had above Leatherwood. So, like,
well, Steve will remember last year when we were doing this, and the Raiders went and they had so many first-round picks. And they went ahead and they took that guy that I don't even remember his name, but I just remember Steve and I had to stop cold, and he's like we're like scrolling through it, like
projected 3rd rounder.
David Arnett
Could be.
Yeah, I think that might have been it, but it was one of the Raiders
what
picks.
Miami do here, Jack?
Miami takes an edge rusher from Miami in Jalen Phillips.
All right.
Okay.
He was. What I've heard about him is he's potential top 10 guy if he didn't have the concussion history. So apparently he's very good. People like him a lot, but I'll defer to Nee on this.
Yeah, I think Jalen Phillips is one of the better edge rushers in this class. I think he brings that oomph, that zoom, and that he can hit hard when he gets into the backfield. I think he will slot in quite well. I'm not sure. I think he'll probably be an outside linebacker in the 3-4 scheme that they run down there in Miami. So he might be opposite the likes of Emmanuel Ogbah, but at the same time, they're building something quite nice in Miami. They got a pretty good secondary as it is with Xavier Howard, and with what they're building in the pass rush. Like I said, the AFC East is growing. So you have a new quarterback like Zach Wilson and also Mac Jones. They're going to need to watch out for guys like Jalen Phillips.
Yeah. Exactly, especially when Brian Flores is the one scheming things up for Jalen Phillips. Doesn't get any easier.
Yeah.
But freak athlete, runs a 4.63. That was, I think, the third best 40 time by a defensive end. Just like, he's everything you want in a defensive end pass rusher. It's just the health questions, which the Dolphins clearly feel comfortable with. So could be a very dangerous pick, but unfortunately, no highlight package.
Still, yes.
We've really hit the schneid on some of these highlight packages because we've just run out of offensive players.
Man, but that's all right. I mean, because now we are into the area here. Hold on. I didn't update that. There we go. So now we're in the area where we're looking ahead. By the way, if you're following along with the tracker on the bottom, I've got the last 5 picks and the next 5 picks. And now in the eye of the next 5 picks, we can see Pittsburgh at 24. This is what I was saying earlier. The later we get into the night, Pittsburgh at 24. What running back is still going to be available there for them? I would be surprised if they went with something else, because that's their biggest need and the biggest hole they have to fill. There's a lot of guys that they can get on day 2, but they can get the best guy available now. And if we're talking about Harris or ETN, they would immediately jump into a top 10 role.
So what do we think Washington's going to do? Because this is much like Las Vegas. This is always kind of a crapshoot. So what are we thinking?
I'm hoping offensive tackle or receiver. Is kind of what I'm hoping. Help Fitzmagic a little bit because their defense is great, but I could also see Nee's guy Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah and just make that elite defense even better.
Right.
I've seen them linked to several different wide receivers as well, Jack, to your point. That they're definitely kicking the tires on getting at least one wide receiver out of this class. So, which is fair. They kind of need one more.
Rashad Bateman, anyone? Rashad
Bateman would be a decent choice.
I don't know. They just paid all that money to Samuel. I don't think that he's like necessarily the greatest in the world, but he's certainly the best number 2 receiver they've had in a while to go with Scary Terry. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do here. I think their biggest need is probably going to be the offensive line. I think you're right there. And there's a good enough quantity still remaining on the board that you wouldn't necessarily be reaching if you were to take one here.
Yeah. And also, there's still a dearth of wide. There's still not dearth, but there's still like a glut of good wide receivers that are out here. We can wait.
Yeah, I think Darasaw is someone who could fit in well here. He just happens to he went to Virginia Tech, and he could stay within the region if he goes to Washington here. But Owusu-Koramoah is also a pick that could be quite sensible, because if there's one weakness, I think, with Washington, is the linebackers. The front line is nice, and the secondary is quite strong with Landon Collins, but they can always improve linebacker, and I feel like that's something that Coach Rivera is going to want to address this weekend.
It's good insight right there.
Yeah, I agree.
You're not going to get that. You're not going to get that from Steven myself. I'll tell you that right now. We have no idea about that. That's not happening. I can tell you who Montez Sweat is. I got that much.
That's as deep as you'll go. Yeah.
Beyond that, I'm out of gas pretty quick.
I just found that last. Yeah.
No, I was gonna say the pick is officially in, but they're still waiting. So keep going. Nate.
Nice. I was gonna say last year that Washington did get found out in that second line. Like teams would, if they were able to get past Young and Sweat, they'll kind of. It's almost like getting through two lines for the price of one. So. Yeah, I feel like Rivera and Jim, what's his name? Scott, forget the name of the GM out there. They're going to want to address that.
Yeah. Well, we know Rivera likes to have an elite level defense. So to that point, for sure, that definitely lends a lot of credence to what you're saying, because old Riverboat Ron does not like having a bad defense. It really messes up his whole plan for everything he wants to do.
Yeah, and you just saw like when Luke Kuechly went down and eventually had to go into retirement, the defense changed. They never really replaced him out in Carolina.
We've got breaking news from Chris Salazar in the chat.
Oh, okay. So they addressed. So for the benefit of everyone watching and listening, the Washington football team has selected Jamin Davis from Kentucky. So yes, they did address the inside linebacker role, which I just mentioned. They are addressing that second line of the defense. However, I did not see this coming. Davis, he's solid. He's a lot heavier than Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. He's a bit bigger as well. But at the same time, I feel like he would have been available later on. That's just my take.
Sure. That also sounds like a Washington move.
I was going to say, you beat me to it. That sounds like something Washington would do. Yeah. Reach aggressively on something that would have been available later, for sure. That sounds right. Although there is something to be said for the idea that if that's really what they want and they want a bigger, heavier guy, I mean,
yes, Chris, that's how sources work. That's what that is.
Yes,
that's
Chris,
we're aware. Been giving us all his information.
Yeah, have you noticed that Jack is also ahead of the broadcast, Chris? Because that's how he's doing that. We actually normally turn Twitter off when Steve and I used to do this because it ruins the theater of the whole experience because you get everything early and it's like, well, that's no fun. Yeah. Like I like the fanfare and I like when they boo Goodell. That's actually my favorite draft.
And that's why I like being the Goodell for you guys to hear your live reactions.
For us to boo you?
For us to boo you? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And cut your mic.
Your boos mean nothing. Your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer.
All right, if you're just going to steal things from Rick and Morty, I'm just going to cut your mic for real.
Hey, it's only copyright music that we got to stay away from.
That's true.
That is true. That is fair. That is fair. I'm going to call Dan Harmon, though, and I'm going to let him know you were talking crap. That's what I'm going to do.
Call Dan Harmon and tell him I love him. You go right ahead, sir.
Tell him I love him.
Anyways, yes, I am that person. I am the Goodell who spoils it. Back to Washington's pick. Great. New kind of Luke Kuechly style for that Ron Rivera defense.
That's actually a great segue back to what we were just talking about, actually, when you pop back in. That's what Nee was just wrapping up saying was, like, once Luke Kuechly went down, they had no way of replacing it. So this seems to be the thought process. Jack, what do you think about Nee's other comment that pretty good chance he would have been available later if feels like a little bit of a reach. That's all. You're just catching you back up. That was all you missed.
It is true. However, linebacker's kind of a weird position where like there's different styles of guys. Whereas like JOK is more of a like slot hybrid safety type of guy, and I suppose that Jamin. Did we figure out how to pronounce his first name? Either way, he is more of a Patrick Queen style, like a sideline to sideline linebacker.
Okay.
And then we have the guy for Atlanta, Zaven Collins. He's more of a Dante Hightower blitzer thumper type of guy. So I think it's style matching is what they're looking to do. And Ron Rivera likely thinks that Jamin Davis has the skill set similar to Luke Kuechly, similar to Shaq Thompson, almost like this, not quite a safety type of range, but like with Patrick Queen, the sideline to sideline, the ability to cover the seam, that style.
Right. So yeah, I guess with a bit of fantasy sprinkled in, if you can get this guy, go get him, because the tackles will be in his range of outcomes when the season rolls around.
Yeah, we know.
Like the IDP hits here. Let's get some IDP hits going. How about this question while we wait for New York to figure out what they're going to do? Because I'm very interested in that. After they've had New York has had their entire draft board basically ripped down and thrown on the floor and stepped on. And so they've had to trade back. And now God only knows. This could be anything. This is a Gettleman special. This could be literally anything.
First time in his career.
Yeah, this could be anything. So while we wait for them to work that out, I am curious. For IDP, of all the defensive players that we've seen go tonight, who is your IDP rookie? Who would be your one of one? What would be the one that you want for rookie startup type thing for IDP for Dynasty?
Look, from today's picks so far, honestly, I'm going to have to go with Davis so far. I think Davis is the type who's going to start straight away. The position fit is nice for him in Washington. He's definitely going to get the snaps and the tackles will be there. Phillips could be impactful, but we need to see what they do with him. It seems like I feel like he's going to be the outside linebacker there in Miami. Collins.
I think it might be Parsons too with Dallas.
Oh, sorry, I forgot about Parsons. Thank you for reminding me about Parsons. So
yeah.
Yes, Micah Parsons is also up there. So it'll probably be Micah Parsons just shaded by Jamin Davis. Thank you for reminding me.
Like you always say, and like I'm learning as much as the audience is, it's all about linebacker, right? It's the guys that can get the volume tackles that can give you the most benefit, as opposed to like what you would think the flashy big names would be on the outside.
Yeah, it's the guys that are going to be on the field more often. So I feel like Parsons and Davis, they're going to get snaps straight away. You got two pretty reasonably thin linebacker cores with those two teams. Those young edge defenders and outside linebackers, they kind of rotate in as the season goes along. So, yeah, if you want to stash someone like Phillips or the fella out from Arizona, Collins, sure, go ahead. But in terms of impact from day one, to answer your question, Neil, I think it's Parsons and Collins.
Okay.
Sorry, Parsons and Davis. I was testing you. You passed.
You're good. Testing me. Yeah. But no, I appreciate that because that's good for the folks at home. Because I mean, as we know, rookie drafts for Dynasty. I mean, you're talking about next Saturday. That's realistically what you're talking about here. This is going to start.
I mean, for some of our leagues, we're talking about Monday. So I mean, this is
that's
it's
fair.
right around the corner because the draft is a week later this year than it was last year. So it's kind of throwing a little. There's not a lot of time for reaction from the draft to when we actually have to execute that in rookie rankings. So
right,
that's why the model is important. That's why early projection is important, and it's more about player talent so much than it is actual landing spot. Let's see.
So now here comes
Goodell waddling towards.
I still can't believe we did.
Oh, wow. Jack, I'll let you call this one.
I haven't seen it yet. Break that news.
Go ahead.
The New York Giants have selected with the 20th pick in the NFL draft, Kadarius Toney, wide receiver from Florida.
What? I told you, it's a
Gettleman.
Gettleman special. This could be anything, and it was, and it totally was.
They wanted a wide receiver at 11. They couldn't get the guy they wanted, so they traded back and got a different wide receiver.
You
at
could have had
20.
tomorrow.
Oh man!
Oh my god!
Unbelievable. All right, here we go.
boy.
Oh, Gettleman. Oh, David.
Well, I
What are
mean,
you doing?
Kadarius Toney, it's all about the speed, right? It's all about the wheels.
Yeah. Wheels.
He's just so tiny. He's just so small.
Mm.
Yeah, when he shoved him, look at how far he went. He only weighs like.
And so he is small, but he also, like that, because he is so fast, he is so dynamic, he is tough to break down or bring down with the arm tackle. So he does have some run after catch ability, and he is a great athlete. Ran a 4.43 adjusted time, jumped 39 and a half inches that for the vertical. That's just ridiculous numbers there. So, like, I get the raw potential, and I understand he was a quarterback until probably 2-3 years ago for Florida State, came into the program as a quarterback, is learning receiver on the fly, but that's why you take him in the second round.
Yeah. Why you don't? There's no reason to have done this, Dave. I hate to tell you your job, but this was a gross reach. You could have done this tomorrow and been totally fine.
And now, how ugly is that wide receiver room, too?
That was my question.
Yes.
Is this a referendum on
Yes.
Darius Slayton?
Or is it a referendum on Sterling Shepard? Because I don't think it hurts Galladay. Galladay's locked in
No,
with alpha
they-
status.
Right.
Paid Galladay $1 billion.
But
He's untouchable. Like,
Who does this kill now?
Well, I thought Darius Slayton was already dead, so this kind of has to kill Shepard, right?
Yeah.
Like they already have
Man.
Galladay. They signed John Ross in the offseason for no reason.
Which
You-
makes
you-
that
and then-
signing
yeah,
look
he's
even
gonna make
worse
the
now.
team.
You have
He's not even
Ster-
going to make the team.
you have Sterling
I'm not worried about
Shepard.
that.
You still have Darius Slayton. You've got
Yeah.
Evan Ingram at tight end. Now you just drafted Kadarius Toney with the 20 pick in the draft.
Don't they also have Kyle Rudolph at tight end as well?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
they
believe
signed Kyle
picked that up.
Rudolph.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I think
And
we're
they got
missing
the-
another wide receiver, by the way. I think there's another wide receiver that's
Yeah.
still on that
So
team.
there's
It was
Dante
Slayton,
Pettis.
Shepard, and
Galladay.
It was
Tate
Golden
last
Tate,
year,
but Golden
but they
Tate's
cut
gone.
Tate.
But I think they had
They cut Tate and replaced him with Galladay.
yeah,
And they also have the pink head man, Dante Pettis. Don't forget him.
Mhm.
that might be who I'm thinking of actually offhand.
Probably irrelevant.
Yeah, none of it matters anymore.
Nope.
Mm.
Oh, this is such a Dave Gettleman pick.
120.
It is. It's so Gettleman.
Like,
Mm.
Oh God.
and so yeah,
So-
where do we think like the Ravens are going to trade for Sterling Shepard now, make him the new Willie Snead, and just
Sure.
it's
Better Willie Snead. I think-
better, but still that kind of
So
receiver.
here, that's
Not
hilarious.
what the
So,
Ravens.
by the way, just so you're aware, using the model, he now grades out slightly higher than Jalen Waddle, just a fraction ahead, because of the all around. But again, it's two guys that are special teams guys that can do the kick returning, punt returning. They give you more overall and in general. Jalen Waddle, to me, I think was hurt by the circumstance that he was playing on the same team with Smith, so he couldn't put up the gaudy numbers. Now, Kadarius Toney was obviously dealing with Kyle Pitts also being on his roster, but other than that, I mean, he was able to put up big numbers with no real wide receiver competition in Florida.
Dante Pettis is who I was thinking of, by the way, and that's correct. It's not relevant.
Right.
That was the other guy that I was forgetting who they had. What a mess, guys!
I was
What a
surprised
mess.
that they were talking about Waddle or Smith to go along with Galladay to begin with when they were at 11. And then they trade back to 20 thinking that maybe they can upgrade something else, and they end up going with Kadarius Toney of all people.
Like I understood when it was the Bama receivers because just you could see Gettleman drooling over that Heisman trophy. You could see Gettleman drooling over that Jalen Waddle speed, and like that made sense. But now it's just kind of like it's a Gettleman pick, but I feel kind of icky about it.
It's when it was Waddle. It made a certain amount of sense because it was like, try something else other than Darius Slayton, or maybe Darius Slayton's not totally dead. And you can try and move him somewhere else on the field and reclaim the career. But at this point, what do we even want? And I see Steve's got the graphic up here, so we may want to talk about that briefly here since we're at 11 through 20.
Yeah, I mean, let's just go. A lot of this was defensive guys, so we'll start with knee. What pops out on the screen to you there? We kind of already talked a little bit about it. To me, defensive wise, it's Parsons, but what sticks out to you?
Yeah, look, like we covered before, Parsons is definitely a solid move for Dallas. I think him and also Davis in Washington, they're guys that Phil needs and will definitely hit the ground running in week 1 straight away. I think the edge selection for Phillips is sound for Miami. Collins might take some more time to get meaningful snaps in Arizona, but who knows? Who knows what Kingsbury and the DC have planned out that way.
Jack, what was your biggest takeaway from the second 10 here?
It's pretty easy for me. It's Justin Fields going to Chicago. Just the Bears knocked it out of the park with this one. This might end up being the steal of the draft at 11th overall. For me, Justin Fields was QB1. He was ahead of Zach Wilson. The rushing floor in fantasy makes him so tantalizing. Really helps David Montgomery as well. We know that with these rushing quarterbacks, the threat of the run from the QB opens up these rushing lanes. We've seen it with Gus Edwards in Baltimore, J.K. Dobbins in Baltimore, RG3 and Alfred Morris. Like, this is an upgrade for everyone on that roster. Helps David Montgomery, helps Allen Robinson, helps Darnell Mooney. If Anthony Miller manages not to get traded, it helps him too. And it helps the tight ends. Like, this is just all of Chicago should be celebrating extremely hard right now because I can't stress enough how great this pick was.
Neil, how about you? I think it's probably going to be the same thing, right?
It's all what Jack said, Justin Fields. So I won't waste our time repeating it. But that is the correct answer for the offensive side of the ball, especially. It's Fields to Chicago. Finally, Ryan Pace, after a million years, actually does the correct thing. I'm still reeling from the Gettleman pick, though. So I don't want to undersell the just insanity of what just happened there. When you had your draft board altered, you had to trade back. You did the right thing. You traded back, and then all that equity that you built up, you just wasted it on a guy you could have had tomorrow when there's 5 other things your team could have used that are still sitting on this board. It's utter bafflement.
Well, we've got another draft pick in. Kwity Paye, Michigan pass rusher to the Indianapolis Colts.
Okay. All right. Well,
he is excited.
I am a little bit because I like this move. Because the Colts, they let Justin Houston go in free agency, and I wasn't really sure if they were going to try and bring him back or if they were going to get someone else. But this is nice. I think Chris Ballard has done a nice move here. He's got a guy who is probably the best edge rusher in the class. I think some might debate it, but I think he's definitely got the talent, and he's got the landing spot. He goes to a defense that is rocking. That's been rocking for the last couple of years. It's been building up slowly. You got DeForest Buckner in the interior defense. You got linebackers like Darius Leonard and other guys like that. The secondary is reasonable, but the pass rush, that front seven is dangerous. And Kwity Paye is going to add some steel to that in 2021.
Yeah, completely agree with you there. He's the third most athletic edge rusher in the class, according to Kent Lee Platt's relative athletic score. He's just an absolute freak. Ran a adjusted 4.57 at his pro day. Jumped out of the gym. 261 pounds, 6'2". Like, the guy just, if you built a defensive end in a lab, it would look like Kwity Paye.
Yeah. So if I'm in IDP, I know Steve, Neil, you asked me about it before, and I said Parsons and Davis. As of now, I'm thinking it's going to be Parsons and Kwity Paye. Those are the two that I like in my rookie drafts for IDP.
See, you were leading me there. I was thinking you were going to say he jumped to 1. I was like, whoa, hold on a second.
No.
But all right. Okay. I got you. All right. For me, I'm going to go back to that real quick. Let me just save this. So just circling back. Obviously Justin Fields landing in Chicago, huge move. That's the biggest one for me that jumps off the page. Mac Jones is an interesting one. I wouldn't say it's like the greatest move in the world, but it's an expected one. They needed to get somebody that wasn't Jarrett Stidham to come back as the number 2 to Cam. And I think if he sits behind Cam for a little while, that'll help him. And then again, we're talking fantasy here. Kadarius Toney and the mess that has made in New York. At least if it was one of the guys in Alabama, we would know, right? Like the distinct talent. We would know, like, okay, that's going to be an outside receiver. That's going to be someone I can rely on. Kadarius Toney is such a wild card that I just don't even know what that's going to turn into.
Which actually segues me into something else, Steve, while we wait for the next pick to roll in here. So I have a serious question. As far as pass catchers on the Giants, knowing what we know about Daniel Jones and the relative accuracy concerns and the O-line and on and on and on.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond Kenny Golladay, because Kenny Golladay obviously will be drafted and it's something people will covet. Is there anything else you want as far as pass catchers from the Giants? I'm seriously asking.
No. I think we're back into the situation we were in last year. I mean, keep in mind, somebody had to have the targets last year, right? And the top guy going off the board was Darius Slayton at 32.
Yep.
So I think Kenny Golladay is going to end up being a back-end wide receiver 2 territory, probably high-end like 20. Certainly not where he was with Detroit, even with the volume. He's a good player, but I don't think he can save what Daniel Jones is. So I think it's going to be interesting to see what the other guys do, especially when we get through preseason. At least this year, we'll actually get to see a preseason and have that kind of remember when we used to do that, watch the preseason and get to hype up a player out of nowhere for no apparent reason.
It was like my favorite thing. It was great.
And now we get to do that all over again. And I feel like that's going to be the whole that's going to be the whole preseason this year.
I used to watch every preseason game for that reason, because you find sometimes you find gems and sometimes you find things that you can sell to other people, and it's like literally you just spin straw into gold. It's hilarious.
And it brings us full circle back to the Giants too, because the ultimate preseason guy, Victor Cruz, former Giant, better than Kadarius Toney, and he was a UDFA.
Yep,
I can't argue with you about any of that, man. And I'm with Steve. I think we're back to where we started. There's just do you really want Evan Ingram at the relative price point that Evan Ingram commands? No. Do I really want Kyle Rudolph at any point? No. Darius Slayton, there is a price that I would be open to it, but where's he going to end up in actual like ADPs and drafts when we actually get to that point? I'd be open to it, but it's not something I'm excited about.
Right.
There's just it's kind of nothing I want. It's kind of like Saquon and then Golladay for the right price, and then for the right investment level, and then like the rest of it is just like it's just God. Like, but we'll see. We've seen that before, Jack, and I know you know what I'm talking about, especially from last year. We did the first Jack and Steve. We did the first mock draft.
Mm-hmm.
There is not the first mock draft, the first ranking summit.
Right.
There is a point where the hate will go too far. So we'll just have to see where that is. There will be a point where the hate will go too far. But what a mess, man. What a mess.
Yeah, all that did was turn that whole wide receiver room into something that is toxic.
That's the most bafflement pick I've had today, including the Raiders, like super reach, where I'm like, It's the Raiders. I expect that. And I'm usually numb to Gettleman because he does all kinds of weird things like that. But that one, like,
yeah,
it's just shattered my brains. Like what's left of them. It's just like they're on the floor. I got to go sweep it up later. I don't understand what you're thinking.
Well, speaking of thinking, the pick is in here. What are we thinking for Tennessee?
I'm thinking it's gotta be a receiver.
It's either
Right.
receiver here or you got to go a corner, right? One of the corners that might still be hanging around, but that's probably a little early for one of the corners.
God, if it
What's
could be
left?
Rashad Bateman, I'd be all about that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Make
put that in
Rashad
the
Bateman
universe.
the
I'll
new
go there with
Corey
you.
Davis.
I think it's going to be Elijah Moore,
It really would be.
the Ole Miss connection. AJ Brown and Elijah Moore reunited, and it feels
Yeah.
so good.
Wow.
I would also enjoy that.
That's-
I would enjoy that.
The pick is in. Oh, I figured out why Nee likes Kwity Paye so much. It's because he has the first college player, or he's the first college player to have an NFT made of him.
There
Yeah,
you go.
we'll go with that. Sure.
Yeah, that's it. You got it. Crack the
Nee
code.
Wallace Bruce, big non-fungible token.
Yeah.
I am all about that.
Mhm.
And he's also 261 pounds.
That too. That sounds very
Big man.
fungible.
Yeah.
That's very fungible.
Very
I'm just
fungible.
saying.
Yeah.
hmm
Come on, Roger. Stop interacting with the fans and tell
Yeah.
me who the pick is.
Tighten up.
I don't want to see. Oh, and it is a cornerback. It is Caleb Farley from Virginia.
Oh,
There
okay.
you
So
go.
yeah, Farley was the other one that
There you
everybody
go.
was
That
wondering.
was the
when
other
he
one.
would finally
Yeah.
land.
And that's not
Oh.
actually that early for what Farley actually looks like, but I will defer to Nee, obviously, on this.
Yeah, so the thing with the Titans here is they were weak in the secondary last year. They got torched a little bit. I know they had that strong running game on the offensive side, but the defense, also the front seven, is a bit lacking. They had Logan Ryan, and they let him go. He ended up in New York, New York Giants. But this season they've brought in Janoris Jenkins. He's slated to be the left cornerback. And they also have Christian Fulton, who they drafted last year. So to bring in a guy like Caleb Farley, they're just adding yet another piece to try and get the ball back in what is it's a growing division, another growing division. So they're up against Trevor Lawrence going forward, Carson Wentz, and the other team that escapes me right now, the AFC South.
Don't worry about it. They don't exist.
So don't worry about it.
No.
Don't worry about it.
They don't
We
exist.
won't worry about that. But
Yeah.
Mhm.
look, rookie
We don't know who their
quarterbacks-
quarterback is because they don't know who their quarterback is.
just know this: rookie cornerbacks can get targeted. I think that someone like Farley will probably get some run from the early weeks, but at the same time, quarterbacks might be looking for him while he still learns the pro style of defending.
Right.
Yeah, completely agree with everything Nee said. And like the thing with Farley falling, it's not a talent thing. He's a top 10 talent in the minds of a lot of scouts. He's just got some issues with his back. He had back surgery earlier this offseason. And so that turned a lot of teams off, but clearly doesn't scare the Titans. And now they, like Nee said, instantly steps in, can play the slot instead of Chris Jackson, who is not an NFL player, and fill in right away at that position. Makes the defense better. And hopefully, because the defense will be a little bit better, it means more running for Derrick Henry because they don't have to score as much. Because that is the one thing that worries me about Derrick Henry this year is that defense is so bad, they might have to throw it a lot.
Right.
Well, and this is why I was saying corner, because to me, it was the most glaring need that Tennessee had as I was evaluating them coming back for this year, because to Nee's point, they got manhandled in the secondary down the stretch, and it's actually what was killing them during playoffs. They were just getting lit up, and they couldn't do anything to stop it. So finding a corner had to be at the top of the list for the Titans, even with all the other things they still need to figure out. Because they've got a decent squad, but they've got some holes. They were one of the most affected by the off season that we've just gone through. So, but I like the pick. I think it's a very smart choice.
Yeah, I mean they. Sorry, you go, Steve.
I was just going to say, I think it definitely fills a need that they have and they've had for a while now. And to your point earlier, Nee, you've got some gunslingers there in that division. They added Lawrence. You still have Watson. Now you've got Wentz that came in as well. So it's a bunch of guys that are going to throw the ball around a lot. And I'd say it's a division of really, really bad defenses in the Colts. I mean,
Yep.
that's
And that's a Colts
basically
defense,
what
yeah.
it is. So the Colts just get even better because of that. And yeah, you're going to see the Titans try to make an improvement, especially with Mike Vrabel at head coach, right? Like you're looking to build that defense up, something that he would be proud of. So,
And
So what?
this
go ahead.
this is a good thing for Anthony Ferkser, who's one of the more late round tight ends that I like, not adding a pass catcher in round 1 because the ball has to go somewhere. Why not Ferkser? It's either
Because
him or
he's not
Josh.
very good.
Yeah, I was
That's
gonna say Steve beat me to it because he
He's not
can't
very
actually
good.
catch that well, and he's not
He's
that great.
fine. I like.
I
Let
agree
me-
with you.
let
that
me
he's
tell you
fine.
this,
He's fine.
If Jonnu Smith can't command targets and be a usable weekly tight end for anything other than scoring a touchdown, Anthony Ferkser definitely cannot be a usable guy. I will give you in best balls.
This is what I'm talking about.
At the back end of best balls, absolutely,
Yeah,
because
sure,
the weeks that he
sure,
gives you that
sure.
0 don't matter to you.
Right,
But it's the weeks that he gives you the 12 because he scored 2 touchdowns. Those are the weeks that are going to help you.
We're on the same page. Definitely not a redraft fan, but
No. Yeah, best ball, sure.
yeah, because
the pick is in for Minnesota.
Ooh.
Check the feed there, gentlemen.
Ooh.
What O lineman are the Vikings going to get saddled with? Because I'm feeling pretty confident that's what we're doing here.
Hopefully it's
Unless
Christian Darrisaw.
Unless there's nobody left that they like, but I got to believe they're going O line here, given what the state of their team is.
Mm.
Plot twist. It's actually just Kyle Trask.
Can you imagine?
Dun, dun, dun.
That would
Yeah,
be-
Nee, you took the over on 5.5 QBs. That's not looking great. But
Not right now.
We'll see.
Hang on. Let's have a look. Because we're at 4 right now, right? 4 QBs.
We're at 5.
5.
Oh, we're at 5.
We're at
Ah,
5. You
good,
need,
good.
you need one more. And
You need
New
somebody to
Orleans
come
does
back.
have a pick, but they're probably taking a corner.
You need somebody to trade back up or something for you, or New Orleans to do it. You're running out of out of teams
Tampa Bay might get someone.
for the future,
For the future.
That's
yeah.
right.
or somebody trades in with Tampa Bay.
That's what I'm thinking. Somebody
There
trades
we
it
go.
around that range. Because we're coming up on what I know Steve's one of most
Packers
Steve's
take another
anticipated
quarterback at
things.
29.
We just got to get through this O lineman here, and then we're on Steve time where he gets to go on full Steeler watch, and we might see the first
Right.
running back go.
Watch the Steelers take a center.
Don't make it sound like I'm a
Yeah.
Steelers fan. Ugh.
I didn't say you were stupid. You're on Steeler
Oh,
watch.
I know. I said don't make it sound like it.
The selection has been made, and Minnesota have selected Christian Darrisaw, offensive tackle from Virginia Tech.
There you go.
Yep. That would have been a great pick at 14. That's a beautiful pick.
Yeah, they got exactly what they wanted
Oh,
10 picks later. You know, it's like what a sly move that is right there. Far be it for me to give Minnesota credit for anything, but that right there is some solid thinking.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Well done, Minnesota.
It's like the anti-Gettleman move.
Yes.
You trade back and you actually get something that adds value to you. You don't trade back and then throw all the capital you just got back right in the trash can immediately,
Yeah.
almost spitefully. Like
Yeah.
what's going on?
They're building a young and athletic offensive line in Minnesota. Left tackle, they'll now have Christian Darrisaw. And on the right tackle, they'll have Brian O'Neill, one of the more athletic tackles in the NFL. Their center is a top 5 athletic center in the NFL, who's still kind of coming into his own. Ezra Cleveland is one of the more athletic guards in the game, drafted in the 2nd round of last year. And then their left guard is Dakota Dozier. He's just a guy, but that's kind of the weak spot there now. Really helps Dalvin Cook, helps Kirk Cousins, helps Justin Jefferson. I'm excited about the Vikings, and I didn't expect them to make the right pick. I was expecting to reach on an edge rusher or something here.
No, I've been feeling really confident about what Minnesota was going to do even before they traded back, and when they did trade back, I'm like, okay, they're gonna do the right thing. They're gonna get an O lineman to replace the O lineman they lost in the offseason, and they have no other choice. I mean, given how that team actually works, you had to address the O line, given how much you're trying to run the ball and how much of a focus you have to take off of Kirk Cousins because it's Kirk Cousins. So like you
Sorry.
have to.
Steelers instantly smashed the in. We don't know who it is yet, but
I think we do.
Yeah, it took 16
Oh, I think we do.
seconds.
I think we know exactly who it is. I think it's
Well,
time.
It's either Harris or ETN. We just don't know which
There
one.
we go.
My vote is Harris.
Yeah,
I think it's Harris.
I do too. Well, I have
Harris
Landon
makes
Dickerson
sense.
in my mock, but
I think it's Harris because to me it's you want the guy who can do it all and the guy who's proven to be a workhorse and he fits the mold of what they try to do with running backs so well, much more so to my mind than what ETN would produce for them.
I
Not
don't know. I
saying
think
he's bad.
ETN's the most NFL ready.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I'd go the opposite. I'd say Harris is, because of the size and everything, he's the most NFL ready. Where I think ETN is more of an Aaron Jones type. Is kind of how I viewed it.
You mean like height wise? Is that what you're saying?
No, well, like so. Najee is kind of the full bell cow, the Derrick Henry, Zeke Elliott type of guy between the tackles grinder. Whereas ETN, I expect to be more ready, NFL ready as a pass catcher. I'm just expecting more of an Aaron Jones, Austin Eckler outside the tackle.
Yeah.
Receiving.
The thing ETN does really well is catch passes, but he also has a really elite level like lateral quicks, and he can put his foot in the ground and then go vertical. Najee Harris is elite because
we were right.
Yeah, Harris is the one who's a bell
Harris.
cow who can do everything. He does all of it.
And it's Najee Harris.
This is a good choice.
There we go.
I'm not crazy about first round running back, but if you're going to do it, this is a good choice.
Yeah. So yeah, it depends on what you mean by NFL ready. When I think of that, I think of it between the tackles running, which Najee Harris has the edge on, and the Steelers are absolutely going to feed him between the tackles.
Well, Steve's brought it up a couple times, so I'll defer back to him and let him make the whole point. But he said it multiple times. Whichever one of them it would be,
yes.
You're talking about a guy who's going to slot into a borderline top 10 running back for fantasy purposes day one.
Yep.
So this changes nothing about that. That's this. So Najee Harris. Also, by the way, given this, 1 of 1 for me in rookie drafts for Dynasty.
Yes, I would agree with that. Yeah.
1 of 1. This is your guy.
Oh, yeah. And there he is.
He's a man.
My favorite comparison for Najee Harris is actually Matt Forte. PFF gave him that comparison, and he's bigger than Forte. I'll give you that, but
Forte's probably a slightly better pass catcher,
but not
but not demonstrably
that much. Yeah, and because Harris is so tall, he does have a little bit bigger catch radius, so maybe not better hands, but you can throw him a jump ball, I suppose.
Yeah. What I like about Najee Harris too, watching tape of him is, man, that I'm a little worried about it for the NFL, but he's really good at hurdling people. I know it's not really what we're trying to talk about, but he's really good at it. He is so good at hurdling people. Man, I was not expecting it.
So this officially kills the Benny Snell dream, the Kalen Balazs dream, the
all dead
McFarland dream,
dead.
Jalen Samuels dream,
long dead.
Over.
That one died 2 years ago, but we'll add it here. Oh wow, Jack! On the actual NFL Live broadcast, they just mentioned the Matt Forte comp.
Oh, did they? That's lovely.
Yeah, they actually brought it up.
Yeah, they use all the PFF stats all the time.
Oh, that's right. That's fair.
I do also like the Joe Mixon player profiler comp as well. Just that that taller, 6 foot plus, good receiver.
He's actually a slightly better pass catcher in my mind than Joe Mixon.
Yep, I'd agree as
well. So it's like not to say Joe Mixon can't catch because he can, but I would say Harris, from what I've seen so far, slightly superior.
Oh, stop! The NFL draft coverage just compared him. His best comparable, Franco Harris, the fullback from the 70s.
Oh yeah, that's super relevant.
Okay,
that's super relevant to everything we're talking about.
Yeah,
here. I appreciate that.
The fullback.
Yeah.
So, Steve, what do you think? Top 10 for redraft?
I think he's
9.
going to be right there in the conversation. I think it's hard to deny it, right? I mean, Le'Veon Bell was the one of one for so long. James Conner had a top 10 season when he stayed healthy for the most part. And then, of course, he couldn't stay healthy. And that's how he fell out into our, back end RB2 territory where we were right and you were all wrong. But we would all agree that James Conner not very good, which is why he's not there anymore, which is why they're taking Najee Harris in the first round of the NFL draft. So I think this is going to be a borderline top 10 guy. This is a situation where last year we had Swift was, at least for me, my number one prospect coming in. My 1B right next to him was Jonathan Taylor. Mm-hmm. And then after the landing spots happened, I moved Taylor up to 1 with Swift 2. But then you had CEH, and there was a good chunk drop off to CEH at 3, and everyone wanted to anoint him the next Kareem Hunt, and he was a top 5 ADP redraft guy. I mean, it was ridiculous.
That's what
on
my
CEH
question was going to be,
year.
is are we worried that Najee Harris gets the CEH treatment where
well, he invariably will. I'm not worried
it's
about it.
Entirely possible.
Where he
I'm
goes
it,
past our comfort level is what I'm wondering.
Sure, it's entirely possible. But the difference is, even when CEH had the full workload in Kansas City, after Damian Williams had opted out of the season, even then CEH was still 16-17 for me in my preseason rankings. He was never going to be close to the top 10, and he was going ADP top 5. I'm saying with Najee Harris, he's probably going to end up being my 9 or 10 running back in redraft this year. And you're talking about if he moves up into the top 5, if he moves into that top 5 because people want to push him up in that ADP, that's fine. But that's a more comfortable zone for me, for him, than it ever would have been for CEH.
Gotcha.
The clear-cut difference is that Najee Harris, I think, is a world-class overall talent, whereas CEH had a bunch of stuff he had to develop coming into the league. That's what I'm saying with NFL ready. With Harris and ETN, I think they're both NFL ready to go, whereas the other guys, it's going to depend on what team they land with.
And I also feel better about it from this standpoint, because I've been pounding the table saying those Chiefs projections are wrong for forever, and I was proven right by that. It's not mathematically possible to have those projections be correct. If you actually break the math down and look at it, it's never going to happen that way. Whereas when we get, I have to believe that when we sit down and do the projections for the Steelers, there will be a healthy amount of running that will be real. And it won't be some smoke and mirrors, jive.
He's locked into 250 carries.
The Steelers have to run the ball to make the whole system work, as opposed to the Chiefs, where they're just making up carries for folks. And it's like, guys, they don't have to do that, and they're not necessarily inclined to. The Steelers' offensive system is predicated on being able to establish that running game to make everything else possible. They don't want Ben Roethlisberger's 39-year-old self trying to throw 40 passes a game. Like, it's not going to end well. The last time they tried that, his elbow snapped on live television, and he had a horrible scream, and then we had the Mason Rudolph experience. So we're not going to do that anymore. They needed a bell cow. They got a bell cow. And as far as like comfort level to what Steve's talking about, 10, 11, 12 is totally real, and I think mathematically backed. If you want to go to 5, I'm not going to go there with you, folks listening to this. However, I'm not going to blow you up like I would have with the CEH stuff, where I was like, not only is this stupid, it's mathematically impossible. That was the whole argument. Like, you can't.
Here's what I say too. Going back to the model, you've got Najee Harris at 11.46. When you compare that to last season's grades, Jonathan Taylor came out of the draft number 1 at 11.82. AJ Dillon was actually number 2 because of the draft capital and situation in Green Bay at 11.29. So Najee Harris would have been the number 2 prospect behind Jonathan Taylor last season in last year's draft, easily number 1 this year. And again, like the guys behind him still would have been Dobbins, Edwards-Helaire, Akers, Swift, all those guys. So yeah, just looking at it overall, this is the perfect landing spot for him. He's the guy that's probably the most ready. I still think ETN is probably up there, but
I just think Najee Harris is a better fit for what the Steelers traditionally do. than ETN would have been.
Thank
Shout
you,
out-
Jason.
Shout out to the nerd.
Yeah, shout out to the
your
nerd.
team
Late-
actually
late
did something
edition.
smart too.
Yeah,
There you go.
shout out the nerd. Go Chargers, Rashawn Slater.
Go Chargers, go. They did something right.
Jacksonville, the pick is in. Jacksonville's second pick. Here we
Oh,
go.
it's in, and it is Travis Etienne
Oh!
reunited with Trevor Lawrence.
Oh,
R.I.P. James Robinson.
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
no. Robinson.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
Oh, what happened here?
Oh,
I'll tell you what
What?
happened.
Oh.
I know Trent Baalke. Trent Baalke always gets a running back early in his drafts as GM.
Well, he really bulkied all over
That's
this one. 'Cause
amazing.
This is a train wreck. Oh man.
so now, where does Travis Etienne fall for you?
We're gonna find out in a minute.
Not 10, 11, 12. Maybe. This is a shock.
Poor James Robinson.
Oh,
Just pour one out.
pour one out.
Wow. I thought he was safe. The Carlos Hyde meat shield as the backup running back.
Man. And I don't dislike Travis Etienne, but I dislike this pick quite a bit. I do not agree with this at all.
Mm-hmm.
This is a waste of a first round draft pick. You did not need to do this, Jacksonville.
Yeah, I think they could have got him at 33 as well.
It's entirely possible.
Yeah, they
That's what I'm
certainly
saying.
could have got him at 30.
Could have got him at 33.
I
What's
think the
point of this?
concern was the concern was Buffalo. Buffalo was very hot on Travis Etienne.
That is
They
fair.
figured if they didn't take him now, there was no way they'd get him at 33. Whereas the way the board has shaped out, they can get any of these defensive players or a wide receiver that they want at 33. Whereas Etienne, as I've been saying all night, it's Etienne and Harris, and then that's it. After that, I don't think anyone else is NFL ready. If this was Javonte Williams, I have a hard time believing that he would have been able to take over the starting role from James Robinson.
Yeah,
I
and the
feel
only
like
other
that
one,
would have been a
It'd be a
committee.
committee, yeah.
and the only other one that I think is even in the conversation is Kenny Gainwell, but that's not the same type of thing.
Right.
That's a different profile.
My hope now is Javonte Williams is the one who lands in Atlanta because then I think he could be the.
Well, now I
three
think
down
he's
back.
the one that lands in Buffalo, and that's gonna
Yeah,
be
right. And it's going to happen
ugly.
here in any minute. Like it's I will
He,
say I do
he
like
is their type. He is their type.
he very much is. I will say on this referencing the graphic, I do like the player comp for ETN to DeAndre Swift. They do profile very similarly, and it's not that I think ETN's a bad player. It's just
Mhm.
I'm a little befuddled by the thought.
By the way,
process
so
here.
being one pick later, like I said, Najee Harris 11.46, Travis Etienne 11.52. Slight edge, just a hair, but there you go.
And the Browns are selecting cornerback Greg Newsome per source. That's who I had in my mock draft. Northwestern runs a lot of zone coverage, and that kind of fits with Denzel Ward. So that's kind of my quick take on it, and then we'll kick it over to Nee, who actually knows stuff.
Look, I'm a little bit surprised by this. I thought Cleveland were going to take JOK. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah has fallen this far. I thought, Cleveland would be a good fit for him, but they haven't. They've gone ahead and got a cornerback, by the sounds of things, and they're really going with their secondary here because they traded for Ronnie Harrison. They've got Grant Delpit coming back, and they're really trying to build that third line of defense. They've already got the edge rush sorted with Myles Garrett and
They've invested heavy there
and-
this offseason, too, with Troy
And-
Hill, the slot corner from LA, and the John Johnson, the safety from LA as well.
And Clowney came in free agency as well to help the pass rush. But, they're really trying to stop the ball flying around with this
Mhm.
move. I would have preferred a linebacker, but they went cornerback.
I think what I was reading from ahead of time, the Browns don't really value a linebacker as much. they care much more about the safeties and the corners. They're kind of hoping that they only have one linebacker on the field at a time. And so a lot of people thought they'd be fine rotating Sione Takitaki and Malcolm Smith as a good enough type thing. And so they're really trying to just rush the passer and cover. And I think that's the logic behind it. We'll see if it ends up paying off. But they are building a very strong secondary at the very least.
Yeah, like you said, John Johnson the third as well is in the mix, and can't forget Denzel Ward as well. He was an early round pick from a few years ago, so they're definitely making plays in the secondary this year.
Greedy Williams too. I forgot he's there as well.
Greedy Williams, I forgot about him, and Sheldrick Redwine as well. He's a safety to watch.
So it really seems like the Browns are doing a better job at building what the Vikings want to be, where they have the good defense, they're going to shut you down, and they're going to run all over you, and then Baker Mayfield's not going to make mistakes. Whereas the Vikings, not a great defense. Their offensive line has been bad, and so just a better version of Minnesota.
Right. And they get Kevin Stefanski as well.
Yeah. Good for Cleveland.
And thank you, Phoenix Cameron. Free James Robinson. I agree. I agree with that message.
Oh, and the nerd is a fan of the Travis Etienne pick. Wow, Jack's 2 good picks. There goes James Robinson's stock. As for Steve's outfit, I like the setup and definitely has the best angle and setup.
All right, block user.
Gotta love the nerd.
Just make the pick officially. Come on.
I know. It's like forever
it is
taking.
official.
Yeah.
It is Greg Newsome, the second from Northwestern, cornerback.
Yeah. I will say, I did watch several Northwestern games last year, and I did actually see him make a couple plays. As far as I don't really pay that much attention to defense, as you all know. But I did see...
He's part of the reason Justin Fields struggled against Northwestern.
Yeah, like I did see him do some stuff on the field, so I get what Cleveland's trying to do here, because to your point, they do value having a very strong secondary. That is a big part of what they try to do out that way under Stefanski.
When's the last time Northwestern had 2 players go in the first round?
I don't know that it's ever happened. Maybe like 1975. Like it's like a long time, I'm guessing, if it's even ever happened before.
And another phenomenal athlete at corner ran an adjusted 4.44, which puts him at a pro day 4.39, which is just ridiculous. Jumped out the gym over 40 inches. One of the more athletic cornerbacks in the class. And by all accounts, he went to Northwestern, so he's probably got a lot going on in his head as well. He's probably pretty bright, if I had to guess.
Yeah, Northwestern typically only relaxes the academic standards so far, even for
the
athletes. They typically they don't take it full Northwestern on you, but they don't. It's not Louisville. Like it's not Papa John's University.
Bringing Papa John's jokes to the draft. I like it.
Sorry, university.
Thank you for the air quotes.
Yeah,
I didn't even look, and I knew they were there.
It needed to happen.
So the Ravens have Bateman and Terrace Marshall still on the board.
Yep.
And they're going to take an offensive lineman. I'm ready. I'm ready to have my heart broken by them not taking a receiver.
Jack's also sitting there like, my body is ready for when they do take a wide receiver. He's going to rip his shirt off. He's going to start.
They're going to commercial, which means the Ravens are definitely trying to trade down.
Which is not a bad idea, by the way.
No, especially when they have
not a bad call with what's left on the board here. For what they need, I would probably do the same thing. See if I can pick up some sneaky little capital here.
As it stands now, the Saints, they could take a receiver, but probably not. It sounds like they want a corner. The Packers could take a receiver. Bills won't. And so it's
You
3
say
teams
that,
ahead
but
of
I
them.
saw so many mocks where they were saying if the Bills can't get one of the things they want, that they might go strength on strength and take a wide receiver. I think that's moronic, but
Yeah, I would go defense at that point.
I probably would too. But also, I just watched how Dave Gettleman drafts, and so it's like throw logic out the window and mediocrity held sway. Do whatever.
I still can't believe that happened. I still
I
can't
can.
believe the Kadarius. I can, but like
I can, but I
it's
hate it.
so ridiculous.
I thanks. I hate it. It's kind of my reaction to it. Like,
Oh, absolutely her awful.
it is the most befuddling thing I've seen tonight, and I'm not necessarily a huge fan of the ETN thing, but at least that I understand. Like,
Yeah,
I get it. Like, it makes sense.
And in terms of like non-football stuff, you've now brought Trevor Lawrence's best friend to town with you.
Yeah,
It's gonna help
I
his
get it.
adjustment. His life's gonna be better. Like you're
He'll be
making your boy
happier in
happy. I
Duval.
get it.
Like, yeah, he'll be happier in Duval. It's fine. Like, I understand it. I'm not saying I agree. I'm just saying I understand. Like, I can draw the conclusions. The Tooney thing, I'm just sitting here with my mouth on the floor. Like, I don't even know what you're doing. Like, you went and made all this capital, and you did such a nice job of like adjusting to your draft board, getting ripped down and altered in front of you, and then you just took all of that equity right here in your hands and you just threw it in the trash can.
Well,
it's just like, what are you doing?
It's literally the Odell trade again, where they trade Odell and get a safety and a D tackle. And what was the other pick that they got? Oh, I can't remember now. But a nose
safety, a D tackle.
Was it just Jabril Peppers and
a
Dexter
linebacker.
Yeah,
They got a linebacker, I thought.
I'd have to
I don't
Google it.
remember.
It's been too long. It's been too many years.
Either way, replacing Odell Beckham with a nose tackle is less than ideal.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
how you build a
Yeah.
team.
put everything on Sterling Shepard, who's proven he can't stay healthy. I like Sterling
Yeah.
Shepard fine. It's just he's not going to get you 16 games of elite level production. Granted, neither's Odell. That's right. I went there.
Wow, he did.
Huh.
By the way, Baltimore.
Come at me, internet.
So
Oh, Rashad Bateman, please.
Elijah Moore.
Rashad Bateman.
Which wide receiver do you want to see ruined by Lamar Jackson? Which one do you hate more? Who do you secretly hate, but is at the top of these lists here? Let's see. That's a good question.
Moore from Purdue.
That would be a Ravens pick.
Really would be.
Just all the short receivers.
Rondale
Hollywood,
Moore. Yeah.
Yeah,
Rondale Moore, and
Mhm.
Devin Duvernay. is the
Lamar
three
Jackson
wide.
keeps overthrowing everybody. All right. Give him that 5'7" fast guy. He'll hit him. He'll go get it.
Yeah, that's what you did.
Woo! The Ravens are selecting wide receiver Rashad Bateman.
All right.
Oh, I am thrilled.
Well, I hate it.
I love
it. This is Steve's thanks I hate it moment. Like, thanks, I hate it.
He is what Lamar Jackson needed. He needed someone who can, because look at what Lamar Jackson does well. He throws it to big receivers like Mark Andrews very well. When they can make a play, they can adjust to his inaccurate throws. What he doesn't do well, he doesn't throw well to players in stride. So having Rashad Bateman who can get open with his route running and still adjust to the passes that are thrown, phenomenal body control. I think it's what Lamar Jackson needed, and it might hurt in fantasy, but at the same time, it might end up he might just get all of the targets because really Hollywood isn't a big volume guy. Miles Boykin's nothing. Devin Duvernay, So it's he just has to beat out Mark Andrews right now, and if he can do that, he could be in line for 130 targets.
Look, don't get me wrong. I love Rashad Bateman, okay? And that's why I hate this so much. I wanted Rashad Bateman to go to a team with a quarterback so that Rashad Bateman could feast in the NFL. He was my number 2 wide receiver prospect on the board behind Chase. I was that high on Rashad Bateman. I loved this kid. So for him to go to Lamar Jackson and have to deal with that. No offense, Jack. It's just.
I think that
it's unfortunate.
I think that we will be pleasantly surprised by Rashad.
I hope you're right.
Baltimore.
I really hope you're right.
Prepare
See, there
for
it is for me,
Jack.
right there on the left-hand side. I wish I could illustrate in this, but I can't. But there it is, the comp, Stephon Diggs. Like, he is that crisp of a route runner. He is that good of a player in and out of the break. I just, his release is unbelievable. The moves that he makes, his route tree is impeccable. Like, Rashad Bateman is a guy to me that top to bottom could have been a top 10 wide receiver in this league if it were not for his quarterback situation currently.
And so that also does get me excited with the Stephon Diggs thing, because we just saw with Josh Allen a low volume, low accuracy quarterback. When he gets to Stephon Diggs, the leap he takes. And so there's no reason that Lamar Jackson can't take that same type of leap that Josh Allen just did. I'm hoping anyways. I know I'm being a homer with this completely, but I'm just truly hoping beyond hope. Aside from that, you're completely right. Rashad Bateman, just completely fluid athlete, 4.48 adjusted time, 36-inch vertical. And this is all like, the guy had COVID, lost 10 pounds, played the season, managed to get back up to 190, lost over 10 pounds, was playing lighter all season, and then comes back, puts on a freak performance at his pro day.
So I'll tell you this too. So we were talking earlier, right, about the model. Kyle Pitts, 8.2, right? Jamar Chase, 10.18. Devonta Smith, 9.85. Rashad Bateman, 11.96. The man is a monster. Okay.
Yep.
He is a phenom, and he could be my wide receiver 1 in this class, even over Chase. But the landing spot, it just kills me. The draft capital is fine. I think he'll do fine. I think he'll be good enough, and I think he's someone that you may be able to grab still in redraft later on in the 9-10 range that people aren't going to be super aware of. Even in rookie drafts, you can probably grab him in the back end of your first round, high end second round. Again, to me, like I said, just going by the numbers, Rashad Bateman to me is probably going to be my second or third wide receiver off the board still, just because talent wins out over anything else. Mm-hmm. So,
and with what you were saying about him going later in drafts, very well could end up being that Justin Jefferson type of receiver, not to that level, but that receiver who goes late enough and then ends up becoming the wide receiver 1 on his offense and gives you incredible value because he's too talented to deny.
Right. So it's going to be, I don't know, it's going to be interesting. But he's like, what is the competition right now, right? He's clearly the number 1.
Yeah, he walks in.
He immediately walks into the wide receiver room as the guy from day 1. So depending on what he does throughout training camp and in the preseason, Bateman's going to just establish himself. I think this is the best thing in the world, too, for Hollywood. For the longest time, they needed somebody to take the number 1 cornerback pressure off of him and let him just run down the field with his hand up, which is about the only thing he does well.
Well, and the best part to remember, too, is they did sign Sammy Watkins. So what you do is after week 1, when Sammy Watkins goes for 200 yards and 2 touchdowns, that's when everyone's going to drop Bateman like, oh, Watkins is the wide receiver 1. And then you pick up Bateman because Sammy Watkins is only going to be good 1 week.
Yeah.
We're sure that's still going to happen now that he's on a different team.
We'll find out, won't we?
We're going to learn.
My DFS lineup will certainly find out.
I agree. By the way, Bateman was my number 4 wide receiver prospect, and it's the route running. It's so good for somebody who's so young with the route tree that he commands for somebody that age. He's the kind of guy who could play until he's like 35 because the route tree is there and he's so crisp in and out of his routes and his footwork and his breaks. And I agree with Steve. This is kind of a bummer. I was kind of hoping for a little bit of a softer landing spot.
I am thrilled. I am a happy boy today.
I know, with your mustache and your bow tie and your Ravens homerism and your. I know.
Well, you did call it that I was going to rip off the shirt for.
Yeah, but that's not ripping it off. You're gently unbuttoning the shirt.
For the Ravens.
Yeah. I figured he was just gonna rip it like Rashad Bateman. Ah!
We're going with the Clark Kent, the subtle. We keep it classy here. It's subtle tease.
Since when? I've been here since the beginning, Jack.
Yeah.
What a
You mean in Canada, or because you can't possibly mean an important nonsense? This is all heavily censored.
Yeah.
What the heck do the Saints do?
The pick has been in for like what feels like 10
I
minutes.
think in corner, they locked that in pretty quickly, and that's kind of what they were trying to trade up for.
I don't know which corner it would be though. It's
The New Orleans
maybe
Saints
Asante Samuel.
The Saints have selected defensive end Peyton Turner from Houston.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
All right.
And
He has the
they need defensive help all around, so
They do, yes.
Mhm. And they love that heavy defensive line rotation and like
Right.
Cameron Jordan, Marcus Davenport,
and
and
he was the top rated defensive end still on the board, so as opposed to
Right.
an edge rusher.
Yeah, but do they need to make this move? I don't know. I just feel like there's other places that need filling.
Would you have traded back, knee, given what they just did here? I that's what I thought. Okay.
I mean, their salary cap position is not great, so they got to take that into account.
The nicest thing anybody's ever said. That's so over the top nice what you just said there.
Putting it kindly, for sure.
So Canadian to just be so nice about that. I got some other words that we'll talk about after. Can't say it on this broadcast.
so as
And cut to the video package.
Cut his mic. Get him out. He's finally snapped.
now this leaves Saints at cornerback. They have Marshawn Lattimore, who's still great. They have Chauncey Gardner-Johnson in the slot, who's still great. But cornerback 2 on the outside is Patrick Robinson / PJ Williams, who are like, those are the guys when you see in DFS or on the lineup, that's who you play those receivers that week. So yeah, it's weird. It's underwhelming.
Well, we're waiting for Knee had to step off for a moment there, but he'll be right back. While we're waiting for that, of the available corners, Jack, who would have been your guy here? Because the big 2 are gone.
I think there's one guy left, kind of in that so the big 2 are gone, and then there was a tier of 3 next to that, with Newsome and Caleb Farley. Asante Samuel Jr. is kind of my last first round guy at corner. And then
I was making that joke earlier about the Eagles trading up to reach on Asante Samuel Jr. I figured he'd be a day 2 guy.
Yeah, it's just interesting, but he has the size and length that the Saints covet. 6'5", 268 pounds. So he looks like a Saints defensive end. But do you need to pay that price for your third defensive end?
Apparently they do. It's not the move I would have made.
No, not where I have gone with that, but c'est la vie. That is life. And up next is the Packers, who will be drafting Kyle Trask.
Who love to stay out of the headlines.
And I will that's where I will rip my shirt off in celebration, because it will be the funniest thing possible. It will be exactly the perfect comedy. It will be amazing. Or they take a running back here.
I was about to say
that's second layer of comedy, but
Javonte Williams.
Yeah, Javonte Williams right here. Here it is. Just to absolutely just throw a friggin' tire iron into everything. One would have to believe that this would have been a receiver, right? But we say this all the time, and they never do it.
Right.
So,
that would be the logical pick, which is why it won't be a receiver.
This is where I could see, like, for example, Bateman. If Bateman
let's
had still been available, I could see Steve ripping his shirt off and being like, "Yeah, it's happening."
Elijah Moore, I think, is the perfect fit. The old Randall Cobb role. He would just melt faces.
He would be good at that.
Yeah. So, Rashad Bateman would have melted faces in that role too, but instead the Ravens are the lucky winners of that.
Right.
You can't see Steve's sick bucket just off camera. He had to.
No, Elijah Moore, I think, would be the only one here that would really do it for me.
Oh, they're going to take JOK, the linebacker. That'd be a Packers pick.
That would be a Packers pick.
Let's see. Yes, if, believe it or not, if they took Elijah Moore right here, he would grade out ahead of Jamar Chase going to Cincinnati. So,
yeah, I see why, because of the capital, the investment. It makes sense.
Well, just because of his pure talent, what he was able to produce at college, and then Aaron Rodgers.
We make the assumption that Aaron Rodgers is actually still in Green Bay, obviously. But yes, yeah. And then that would probably be the death of your Marquez. Oh, wait, is the pick in here?
Rick Stokes, cornerback.
It's also a Packer pick. That's very much a Packer pick.
Overdrafting a corner is
gross. Again, might have thought that could have been the Saints' move, but okay.
And so, what the Packers probably are looking at is he did run a 4.31 at his pro day. 4.36 is what it adjusts to. So the guy can blaze. He is so fast.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jack. But at the same time, do they need a cornerback? They got Jair Alexander. They got Kevin King. They still got Josh Jackson. Oh man, I'm still processing the Saints pick. By the way, I had to leave and get my a face wash because that was mind blowing.
Yeah, well, you dropped out of the chat. I figured I just crashed all of Canada's internet. Like the traffic just surged. It just broke everything. So let's back up actually because we've got some time. You want to start with the Saints and then just get all the way into it, just live process it on the show. We got time.
I have one more point I want to make before. I think that the pure speed is a direct answer to Kevin King getting roasted in the NFC Championship.
Yeah.
Oh, great. So they're doing that again. So it's like last year when they got roasted by the Niners. So they remember that? They got chopped by the Niners. So they're like, okay, let's try and be like the Niners. And now they get bashed by the Buccaneers in their secondary. So let's get a cornerback. Great.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah.
100%. That is it.
This is from the man who was so understated about the Saints cap situation, by the way. You just got that as a retort. So that's like a 5-finger open palm, like just bang.
Yeah. I just want to see the live looking at Aaron Rodgers' place right now because second year in a row, no wide receiver help in the first round.
He's at the Kentucky Derby apparently. So
he's on his 6th mint julep by now. That's where we're at.
Not just no wide receiver help, no offensive help again. Like not even alignment.
We're one pick in, but yes, it is troubling.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like Gutekunst is saying "F you."
Now he dropped out.
We had to cut his mic. He was going crazy. He was going rogue.
He's losing it.
He's losing his mind.
What's that here? I hear in the background. Is that the Jeopardy theme song? Aaron Rodgers is retired to go host Jeopardy? Is that what?
Jeopardy? He said he wanted to do both.
Him with LeVar Burton. Poor Jordy.
Oh, jeez. Jeez Louise.
Oh, he's back.
Nope, he's back.
I'm just processing that Saints pick. Every time I think about it.
Crazy! He's got to cut his mic.
I just get sweats. What's going on?
Sweating onto his computer. It's on fire. He can't even.
I was going to say, we've got time. If you want to live process all of this with us here on the show, the floor is yours. Just run it down.
Well, now what do the Bills do here?
The Bills, I
Mm.
would think would look very diligently at running back because they're just not sold on either of the guys they've already done. But with the big two out of the way, they might go a different way. But I still have this sinking feeling that they're gonna go running back, or they're gonna try and get some sort of like defensive help. It's kind of like one of the two.
Yeah,
But their defense is already really good.
maybe defensive tackle,
There's a
perhaps.
couple areas. Yeah, there's a couple areas they
It
can
is-
improve on defense, but it's a good
Yeah,
defense overall.
Yeah, I think the front line could do a little bit of help, but I don't know if they'll use first round capital on them. The pick
Yeah.
is in.
What do
though,
you
so
think,
let's see
Steve?
what they come up with.
Real quick before it's announced, what do you think, Steve? Where do you?
I was going to say running back, but with ETN off the board, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't think Williams would be a smart pick here, but
Williams
I
wouldn't make too much sense to me given what they already have. Like
maybe maybe defensive back.
that's what we're like. DB or D tackle is kind of what I'm thinking along the lines.
Christian
with you.
Darrisaw is still on the board, the kind of only first round D tackle who might not go in the first round.
Wait,
couple-
did Darrisaw
Mm.
go?
No, he hasn't. Oh,
he's
sorry.
still there.
No, sorry. Christian Darrisaw went. Christian Barmore, the D.
Thank
tackle.
you. I was going to say Christian
I
Darrisaw. We just
misspoke.
did that.
Yeah.
We just did.
Yeah,
Right.
the D tackle.
And look, if we're talking defense, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah still out there,
There's
I
always
think
somebody who gets left
that
off
wouldn't be
the
a terrible
first round,
pick,
right?
Mm-hmm.
right?
No, that would make
that's
certain
a guy who is the top-rated linebacker in
That'd
the
be
class that we were talking about at 12, 13, 14.
Like,
Here
in
we
this-
are at 30, and he's still available.
Yeah, in the same conversation as Micah Parsons, who went 12th.
Yeah.
Right.
Kansas City has
Mhm.
announced their pick.
I feel like if anyone's gonna
Kansas City doesn't have a pick.
what
They tweeted out with the 31st pick, and it's Orlando
I was about to
Browns.
say.
quarterback.
Ooh.
Ooh, the Bills do go
Oh.
and add to their defensive front,
they-
selecting Miami D-line Greg Rousseau.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And
Yeah, this
these
makes
teams-
sense because they had Yannick Ngakoue last. They had Yannick Ngakoue last year, and he's moved on now. And Calais Campbell he's probably in the back end of his career,
Nope.
so you want to get someone who's going to help out. And
Bills added Rousseau. Sorry, not the Ravens.
oh, my bad.
He's still reeling from that Saints
You
pick.
wish you
Yeah.
were Ravens.
Destroyed his brain.
I know. I'm just. Mate.
That's how I felt after that Giants pick. I
Anyway.
understand, my friend. It takes a second. You got to process it.
Yeah,
No,
look,
I get ya.
The Buffalo Bills they've got as we said just for the pick, they have a pretty solid defense, but the defensive line is aging a little bit. Jerry Hughes is getting a bit older, his 30s, and while they bring in Ed Oliver recently in a recent draft class, they can always get younger at the position. It's like I said before, AFC East is a dynamic division nowadays. It's not a joke anymore. So you got pass rushers that are coming up in Miami, and the Jets as well in New York, and Buffalo with this pick right now. So if I'm Mac Jones, if I'm Zach Wilson, I better come correct when I'm on the field next season.
Yeah, and especially with the Bills, because they do have an older defensive line, they have the luxury of bringing him along slowly, kind of easing him into it, not putting Greg Rousseau under too much pressure right away. And I imagine he'll, like you said, take over for Jerry Hughes. In the meantime, could replace Mario Addison as a starter, AJ Epinesa, just kind of that
Mhm.
rotation with Ed Oliver. Bills are looking pretty scary, and like the Bills and Kansas City are going to be fighting for the AFC crown for a while.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, gentlemen, what's our take on Josh Allen for this year?
He's going to end up in my top 3, I think I have him as right now. It'll depend. We'll see.
He'll be in my top 5, probably about 5. is kind of where it's going to wind up being.
Okay.
But I can't go back to the well on the Josh Allen hate after he definitively proved me wrong on it last season. So can't go back to that well again.
So now after just being on the clock and taking Bateman, what do you do at 31, Jack?
I think they go center, honestly. Right now they have Patrick McCarry as their center, who they had a lot of issues with. And the only reason he was their center is because Matt Skura had even more issues and kept fumbling the ball away.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't like it, but taking a center first round, but I could see the Ravens doing it, or taking a tackle to replace Orlando Brown on the right side, or defensive end. Those are kind of the three areas, I think. Or double down and draft Terrace Marshall. I'd be happy with Terrace Marshall as well. Steve, what are your thoughts on Terrace Marshall as a prospect? And
I mean,
another receiver going to the Ravens.
Yeah, do they need more receiver help? Yes, for sure. But again, if we're talking about best guy available, it's Elijah Moore. If you're talking about like a speed guy, you already have Hollywood. I feel like with Marshall, he's kind of giving you the same flavor of what you've already got.
Yeah.
So I feel like if you're going to go that route, you might as well go Elijah Moore, stick more to another outside guy, and just let Hollywood run wild in the slot down there.
Well, Marshall works on the outside as well. He's kind of more of an X. He does run the deep routes, but he's more of a Michael Gallup in that sense on the outside, which you also weren't a fan of based on the other options in the offense, which would present the exact same problem as last year.
Right.
And just add another mouth to feed that's not Rashad Bateman.
Yeah, could they grab another wide receiver in this draft? Absolutely. Could they grab one in the 3rd or 4th round? Absolutely. Do I think they do it right here back to back? I don't.
Yeah. I think it's O-line, D-line is what I'm expecting.
Mm-hmm.
But if they want to go all in and give Lamar Jackson all the weapons possible, I'm not upset.
Mm.
No.
He's fine.
I thought you blocked him. He's still
I should
here?
have, apparently. Apparently I should have.
Very much fine, but
hey, Steve, he didn't say Willie Snead to you.
That's fair.
That would have been funny though. I would have laughed at that because that would have been a good joke.
Willie Snead's with the Raiders now. He's
I know, but I would have laughed at it because it's a callback to the conversation he and Steve have had for 2 years about whether the merits of whether or not Willie Snead is a pro football player. Jason says yes. Steve says no. That's the conversation in a nutshell, folks. Then
I tend to agree with Steve.
Yeah, me too.
We all do.
Well, he's an NFL player because he can play on special teams. He's fine.
So, Nee, as our expert here, what do you think the issue is with Owusu-Koramoah? Why do you think he's fallen this far, and why do you think he gets by Baltimore?
I think it's his size. The fact that he's a little bit smaller compared to some of the other linebackers in this class. I think the talent is there, and I think he'll still be a versatile linebacker / safety, that kind of hybrid role wherever he goes. But I think some teams are just balking at the fact that he's a little bit lighter compared to other linebackers in the class. In saying that, if he ended up in Baltimore, I could see it. I'd be a fan of that. Him and Patrick Queen together, that'd be nice.
I think it's, to me, he's been the best linebacker on the board since Parsons went at 12. I think it was kind of the two of them, and it was a coin flip between them. So to be here still, like I said, at 31 is pretty surprising to me. I could absolutely see him going in the next pick to Tampa. I could see him going here as well to Baltimore. So either one. And then Imagine the scenario where they backdoor into him at 33 for Jacksonville and just rebuild
Wow.
with him and ETN that we all love, that amazing pick they made, and then Lawrence. It's their first 3 picks of the draft. There's a shot at Neil, but it's 4 hours in. He can't take it.
Can't take what now? That amazing pick that 3 out of the 4 of us loved.
Yeah.
Yeah. That one I
Right.
get, man. That's not the one that's like totally destroyed my brain. I had my moment earlier with the Giants, and Nee had his moment with the Saints.
Kadarius
okay?
Toney.
Those are
Yeah.
the ones that I don't understand. Like
That's gonna be the
ETN
one that
thing, like I
sticks
said,
out.
I get it. It makes
No.
sense. I still want Nee's full unvarnished thoughts on what the Saints are doing, but it's too raw. It's
Nobody
too
knows.
raw. Every time he tries to talk about it, his mic disconnects.
Yeah.
His video chops. Like it's too raw.
Too hot for the internet.
He's gonna have to write it down and send it over later.
Exactly,
We'll put it
not
on the
for fans
website.
listening.
Baltimore Ravens, with their final pick of the first round, select edge rusher Jason Oweh.
Okay.
So, like we were
Defense.
talking,
Wow.
yeah, a lineman adds to the pass rush, and he's like the perfect Baltimore type of pass rusher. Like a lot of tools, but didn't have a lot of production. Had 0 sacks this past year.
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing. They got to replace Yannick Ngakoue to an extent. He left in free agency after the trade, and Calais Campbell, he's on the wrong side of 30 nowadays. So this is the kind of move that you make to shore up your pass rush for the future, for sure. He's the kind of guy that in IDP, I would take him.
Matt Judon left as well to the Patriots, was one of their big free agent splashes. So could probably won't because he's a bit raw, but could step in early.
Yeah, I could see it. Oh, the Buccaneers, the pick is in already.
Ooh.
They're as sick of this as we are.
It's late in Florida. It's midnight. I'm going to bed. Send it.
But the NFL doesn't care. They're going to take the whole 10 minutes anyway.
That's
well,
right.
we don't care.
They got a
Of
couple more
course.
commercial breaks they got to run. They got some sponsors to make happy. It's fine.
Oh no. Urban Meyer. So Urban Meyer says he sees James Robinson and Carlos Hyde as the 1-2 punch and ETN as the third down back. We want to be top 8 in the league, and with James Robinson, Hyde, and ETN, we think we're
Me
there.
and Steve made the same face when you said that, almost in unison. It's
Grew up.
like somebody farted in here. What the hell? What? Is Urban Meyer okay? Is he drinking?
He smells toast.
Meyer doing all right? What happened to you, Urban?
Was he under duress when he made that statement?
Was he like blinking Morse code?
Did
Like
James Robinson's people get to him to send that tweet out?
Trent Baalke. It was a Trent Baalke tweet, wasn't it?
God.
Trent
Yeah.
Baalke's got Urban Meyer's Twitter
Baalke
password?
special.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
it's midnight in Florida. They've been drinking. I guess. You want to read that again, Jack? 'Cause
Where did
What?
it go? Iowa. Urban says he sees
Oh.
J-Rob, Carlos Hyde as the 1-2 punch, ETN as a third down back. And then in quotes, we want to be top 8 in the league. And with James Robinson, Hyde, and ETN, we think we're there. And the Bucks wrap up the first round by drafting Washington edge defender Joe Tryon.
it's not really surprising.
That's who I call.
Joe Tryon.
What you think, Nee?
Yeah, the outside line. Yeah, look, this is a solid move for the future because, as we know, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have brought back all of their starting offense, all their starting defense. But when you drill it down further down, Jason Pierre-Paul, as we know, is a little bit old, and Shaq Barrett, he might be looking to secure the bag elsewhere later on. So you bring in a guy like Mr. Tryon, and he's a guy that can step in eventually down the stretch while they're trying to win this season, and then to become a full-time starter in the future for next season and beyond.
Buccaneers just loading up for a second Super Bowl.
Wouldn't you? Like if you had the
Yep.
money and you were in their situation, wouldn't you want to bring the whole band back? I
Yep.
mean,
Are they ever not drinking in Florida? Avocado tequila.
no, they're never not drinking in Florida, Jack. It's Florida.
That's what the
That's
nerd's
the nerd.
question.
The nerd gives a good
Oh,
comment.
I've just seen that. Yeah.
All right,
What
so
a draft.
once again, we finish with no highlight package. What a letdown.
We're gonna have a jam-packed highlight show for all
You would
viewers
think.
tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna have to. It's gonna have to happen. We're gonna have all
Yeah.
these highlights for tomorrow. We're not even gonna be able to like. You're not
Well,
gonna see
if
us.
not, I
You're
mean,
just
even if
gonna
they don't
highlight.
get drafted, I'm still going to show them all off. Look,
That's right.
when you tune in tomorrow, just know, no matter what happens, you will see Jalen Darden film. I'm just putting it out there. It's going to happen.
Well, you wanna
will
do it-
see it.
You want to do it like the Red Zone, Steve, at the end where they do like the
Yes.
touchdown montage.
The
Just
touchdown
run all the
montage, yeah,
clips.
just run them all at once.
Yeah, just run them all down. That's what I would
Perfect.
do.
Highlight
So,
montage.
Yeah.
I mean,
Absolutely.
unenthusiastic finish to the day, really, with
Yeah.
that last little run there. But
Yeah.
do that. There we go. And then if I can get this to load properly, we'll look at this back end here. I think Neil's biggest takeaway, mind-blowing event is still going to be the Kadarius Toney.
Yeah.
Well, that's the
Um,
one that I'm most befuddled and confused by. I don't know if it's the most important for real football.
No.
or
It's
for
just the
fantasy.
most surprising of,
Most
the
surprising.
evening.
Most surprising, and I would argue most stupid.
surprising. Sure.
That's going to be my pick.
Can't argue.
I
with
can't
that.
argue with that at all.
Nee may have some counter for me with the Saints, but I don't know. I wouldn't know anything about that.
No, I think the Saints are a close second, but Kadarius Toney is going to be the number one here. It's mind blowing a little bit.
Nee also missed out on his over 5.5 quarterbacks. So
It's a shame because you hit the 5.
Yeah,
you're so close, but we knew you'd get to the 5. It was always the half that you had to worry about.
The house
Here we
got me
go.
today.
It's all right. There's always tomorrow. We got a whole 2 more rounds tomorrow. Like,
All right, so here it is, picks 20
No.
through 32. It is a lot of defensive players and offensive linemen. We did get to see Rashad Bateman, which again, he rates out as my number 1 wide receiver now with the draft capital, even ahead of Chase. Just what he's able to do, the route running, the skill set. Can that translate with Lamar Jackson? That's going to be the biggest question right now. So
Mhm.
for me, it's how does Bateman fit into that offense? How does he play with Lamar Jackson? And then the running backs that go back to back. And again, Harris is the one with the clear cut spot there. He's going to be a top 10 guy. ETN, I think if he had no other competition, it'd be fine. But when you're talking about having to potentially timeshare with James Robinson, I think ETN emerges as the number 1 back eventually. But at least to begin, it's going to be a timeshare, and that's terrifying.
And just so sad. Like,
it's depressing.
especially now knowing that Carlos Hyde is going to get some carries, allegedly, to start.
Carlos Hyde's not going to make the team. All right, let's just kill that right now before that even begins.
No, he will.
He's
Yeah,
going
I
to
hate
make
to
that
say,
team.
but he
I hate
will.
to disagree with you.
Balky and
He's gonna make
Urban
that
love him.
Yeah,
gonna make that
Bulky's going to make sure it
No,
happens.
This is,
Balky will
no,
get it.
let's go to the Tim Tebow conversation that started the night. He'll make the team as the running back coach. That's how he'll make the team. He'll show up to camp and make the team as the coach. That's
Oh my
what'll happen.
God.
He's
Don't
a player
be bitter,
coach.
Steve, because you hate Carlos Hyde. Okay,
He's
I know
a-
how much
he's
you
gonna
hate
be the
Carlos
man.
Hyde,
Like,
but
Carlos Hyde will make the team because he'll be the guy in the Jaguar outfit dancing in Duval. That's how Carlos Hyde will make the team.
oh my God.
All right, Neil, what's your biggest takeaway from picks after Kadarius Toney?
Picks after Kadarius Toney. For the ones that are on this screen in front of me, it's Najee Harris. You're talking about a guy who ready made into the NFL is going to slot in as a top 10 fantasy back. He's going to be the one that has the least amount of warts, and he's going to be one of one in your rookie draft that you're probably going to have as early as Monday. So that's got to be the biggest takeaway for the back half here for me.
Jack, how about you?
Well, that's the biggest takeaway. But for me, as the Ravens fan, the most fun takeaway is Rashad Bateman to the Ravens. And Steve I'm surprised that I'm still live with all of you because
I'm actually surprised by that as well.
I thought Steve was
you're dancing around here.
But
no, I said that my biggest takeaway was can Bateman mix with Lamar Jackson in that offense. So that's going to be the biggest thing to watch here.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm most excited to see as a Ravens fan, see Lamar take that next step, hopefully similar, not to the quite as extreme, because I don't think anyone can take the leap that Josh Allen did, but if he can just improve that slight little bit. Otherwise, there's not a whole lot to see in terms of fantasy for the last half, which is just kind of frustrating and disappointing, but we got the running backs, so...
You're the RBs of NFL teams. You got the meats.
Yeah.
All right. Good to know.
RBs. Bulky. Baltimore. They got the meats.
Got some food poisoning.
All right. Nee, what's your biggest takeaway?
Yeah, look, on the defensive side, I'm happy with Kwity Paye. I think that's probably the shining light of this back third of the draft, or the back portion, if you will. I think this is a guy who's going to come in and straight away he's going to make an impact. Owe at Baltimore is also intriguing. And then some of the other guys, like the cornerbacks at Green Bay and Cleveland, might take a bit longer for them to come on as getting meaningful snaps. However, still worth monitoring. Tennessee, though, the cornerback of Tennessee, name just escapes me for the moment. Let me just bring it up. Let me just recap.
Farley?
Farley.
Yes,
yeah.
Caleb Farley. Thank you.
Yep.
That New Orleans pick has just fried my mind. But Caleb Farley is going to be a guy who you can look at as a cornerback option, but potentially I feel like he could get a lot of tackles in that AFC South. But Kwity Paye, he's a guy I like a lot, especially in addition to Micah Parsons from this rookie class so far.
I also have another massive takeaway is someone's getting a dang steal tomorrow with Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
Like, I would have been like I can't believe Green Bay he would have been so beautiful.
It's what they do.
It would have been so beautiful.
It's just what they do. You got Elijah Moore, Tylan Wallace, De'Ami Brown. I'm excited. I don't think enough people are talking about Josh Palmer either. I think it's going to be very interesting wherever he ends up. So,
gotta love the Canadians.
Yeah. Neil's got his Tennessee
with the North. And also,
I got my Josh Palmer orange on right here.
That's right.
But tomorrow we have a jam-packed day. We've got Javonte Williams, we've got Kenny Gainwell, we've got a glut of wide receivers that still need to get off the board. That many of them will go tomorrow. So tomorrow will be a lot more of an offensive side of the ball type of day.
We might get to see Kellen Mond go off the board tomorrow.
Yes,
Davis Mills. Yeah. So it'll be in Kyle Trask. We'll see where that lands.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Anything from the top 10, just to recap. And then Wilson from a fantasy perspective, does that do anything for you?
Not overly. Like
it doesn't affect the other playmakers either, right? Like,
no.
Not a huge difference.
He's gonna be a typical rookie quarterback. He's gonna have some strong performances. He's gonna have some weak performances. Overall, he's gonna average like 10, 15 fantasy points a week, and so it's not gonna be really worth your time.
All right.
He's one of the ones I'm least interested in too, from a dynasty perspective.
Of
of all the ones that went off today, if he's fallen near the bottom, to be honest.
not having that rushing floor just
Yeah.
it kills you in terms of
And there it is again. Justin Fields at 11. Finally did it.
Chef kiss.
Wow.
Finally did it.
All
Learn
right.
how to
Thank
face
you
a
for your
man.
time, gentlemen. Thank you for everybody following along with us. Had a consistent crowd. We appreciate the chat. Be back again, and we'll be talking to you soon.
pleasure as always.
All right.
Pleasure.
Appreciate it.
Looking forward to it. Can't wait for tomorrow.
That's right.
Let's